tropes out there like Obama, Bush, Clinton. So there's like this mind trust between the presidents in a way, and they may not get along, but they can still be in communication. Mate.
Well, I mean, hasn't he challenged that construct and that model? Like, if he was smart, well, he separated himself from the old guard so much, like they don't even want to be in the picture with it. I mean, it's really weird. Like, you would think that if you're president, you'd want to be part of camaraderie that's like he's he's dispelled the notion of being among leaders because he's so different. Like, it's weird. Like, if all the other presidents if I knew that everybody else who was in a leadership position similar to me thought so little of me, I couldn't I couldn't live with that. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that he thinks that that's what I'm saying. He's willing to separate himself from the crowd to his own benefit or detriment because his ego is so confusing to us,
I know,
right?
but don't you view him as not being part of the same chain? I mean, they tried to blow his fucking head off. They cheated him with Joe. The second time he wins by a miracle. I mean, but I'm saying, is it all just like theater? Is it just theater? Because that's what I really think that it is.
Wow, John, you're not tired from the 2020 election stalling? You're still rocking that. God bless.
Well, I mean, I will say that, based on my own little statistics and my experience voting, like, I didn't see anybody there in 2020, just like a couple little Democrats, but it could have been the polling place I went to. But, anyways, I'm just saying that, you know, Trump is independent. Like, if there is some type of conspiracy going from JFK to 9/11 to COVID-19, um, Trump is like, I don't know. It's so hard to
Yeah,
know
well,
connections.
okay. So what's fascinating to me is if you look at this nepotistic trajectory, if you will, Bush, uh, the second Bush, whatever the hell his name is, it was harder for him to step out of the shadow of his father, who was a president preceding him, right? But what's crazy to me is that Trump really is this. It comes from as nepotistic a family as the Bushes, and yet, you know, I got to give Trump credit as as much as he's the product of nepotism. He has distinguished himself as the most crazy, batshit, nut job leader of a democracy that we have seen in recent time, and he doesn't, he won't. It doesn't even give him pause. It's kind of confusing to me. It's a conundrum because I'd like to think that he's a product of good fortune and the forces, of family, uh, regarding his family, but he's differentiated himself from just about anything we've ever known. And you got to give him some credit for that. He's an animal. I don't know what I just
He's
said, but
not
I know
the
what I meant.
he's not the anti-hero though, right? Like, I think he's more of a hero than an anti-hero, but I do know that, everyone has a Yetzer Hara and a Yetzer Tov, and the greater the Hara, the greater the Tov. So I mean, I'm just like, I still can't, it's hard. It's so easy to forget how happy it makes me that he's the president, because I just don't see like his presence in my life here in Chicago. I mean, I would prefer that he actually deploys, the Illinois National Guard and takes over the city. I think there's a lot of domestic interventionist things that he could do that, you know, test the waters of the Constitution, find a new balance, because if you're going to lose, the cities in your
Well,
kingdom.
okay, well, let me ask you this. I think most people in his position, you would think they'd be looking out for their quote unquote progeny. They would want to see an Ivanka Trump pick up a Senate seat. Uh, DJT Jr. Take the Trump organization to greater heights. I don't think he sees that. Could you imagine like I have resentment toward them, but I also feel terribly sorry for them. What could you do if you can't speak out against that guy if he's your father? You can't, like, you're in such a cage. The caged offspring of Donald Trump mystified me.
But what if they really love their dad and they say he's just our dad? You know, I love my dad. He's the greatest. Because if you love your dad, I mean, there's nothing really bad to say about a guy who has always given you, you know, love, respect, compassion, kindness, gifts. You know, a good parent. For many people, you
But
know,
I don't think he's given them anything but gifts, right? And I don't think that, like, I think it's like they know that if they don't join them, they're screwed. And so they're in a really precarious situation. Sorry, I'm speaking too loud.
It's much like, very much like AJ and Meadow, Soprano, you know, going against Tony, their dad, the patriarch. You don't do it.
Well, but hold on. But hold on. If you watch that show carefully, they actually did do it. In fact, AJ was testing, like most kids do, how far he can go with pushing back against his dad. Now he found the limits of that. There's definitely a limit to it. But
He did indeed, yeah.
but he was testing him, and there were episodes where I would watch and be like, man, I wouldn't have done that. But AJ's just being a kid. I thought I thought AJ's, even though as an actor he's terrible, I think the character was very well written for people to just say, if you were the kid of this mobster who, you know, and there's these contradictions where he does love his family, but he's got this business and he's got this oath that he puts above everything. Being that kid would be a tough assignment. And
It's true.
but as any kid, he does rebel, and he rebels in some pretty dramatic ways.
And even further, AJ was a total dipshit. In fact, I think he was one of the few actors on that show that never really went on to continued acting. I guess we're grateful for that. Meadow, on the other hand, it's like, you know, was Carmelo having an affair with the milkman? Because AJ and Meadow couldn't be any different apart. Like, you know, Meadow is driven, he's intelligent, and outspoken. Like, he's trying to be a lawyer, but specifically for like civil rights people or like social work. You know, AJ is just like a
Do you guys watch the podcast with the two of them?
I haven't, no, I haven't. But I was gonna say that
You guys should check it out.
yeah, but it also pushed the boundaries. You know, especially when, you know, Tony interfered when she tried to be a black guy. You know, it's one of the best episodes. Talk about coming of age. I just rewatched it, so it's a little fresh in mind.
Let me add this. Let me put one
Let's get a better service real quick. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. One of the best episodes, and I can relate because one of the kids in my high school in Jersey, shocking, their dad was, they're like big mob, like Googleable. And so I can only imagine when my classmate Sue realized as she was getting older what Daddy really does. And there's a great episode, you know, he's looking for like AOL, like, you know, the limited computers they had, internet access they had back then. And they're reading articles about their dad, and, you know, and Meadow's like, don't you know what Dad does? But at the end, though, it was interesting arc to see, though, that at the end of the day, though, you know, like, there's a really powerful scene where Tony is like, you know, to Meadow, he's like, you got something to say to me? And she just breaks down or whatever, but at the end of the day, she does end up remaining loyal to the patriarch. Thank you, Doctor. Or the driver, Jay. Sorry.
So I was just gonna say, okay, imagine Ivanka Trump is sitting there talking to her therapist, and she says, you know, my dad is an asshole, and he may be a pedophile, and her therapist turns to her and said, yes, Ivanka, this is true. How does this make you feel? And she says, I really want to speak out, but I can't because he may disown me. Now, he may not be able to take my money, but he may ostracize me. He may make Don Jr. the golden child. Like, I mean, I envision, God, I should fucking write a book about it. I think that this is what goes on. Like, imagine she's in a position, she knows some of his deepest secrets. We're not. And yet she's in no position to challenge him because he would, he would ostracize her, is my guess. Or he would, make, put pressure on media sources or something. Like, I think this is what she faces. I almost have empathy for her.
See, people would listen. See, I think you don't understand how people will judge you when they hear you speculating about this topic, even. So, as like some advice about, being a
Please judge me.
publicist.
Judge away, John. Judge the hell out of me.
I'm just saying what you are suggesting, Dr. Jordan, is so disgusting and so revolting. If you're wrong, I'm just saying that like what you're putting out there into the ether, uh, it's vulgarity.
Wait, what I'm saying? I'm just saying what's the likely scenario. I mean, why is that vulgar? It's just possibly. I mean, I don't know that he's a pedophile, but let's just say, I mean, do you think that that's an unlikely scenario for her to sit in front of her therapist and talk like that?
Yeah, I think so, 100%. See, the thing is, I could easily bounce that back and say you're actually describing the Joe Biden administration and what he did to his daughter in the shower and from the diary. So it's like, but I've also seen the video. The thing is, I don't know, I don't have children, and I'm just saying, to me, this is all vulgarity. I like the gossip show, but I also, don't like this type of lashon hara against the sitting president of the United States of America. To me, it's just like
Joe,
kind of low class.
do you think too much of your happiness, because you did say earlier that you're suffering in Illinois with your retarded Democratic governor, but do you think you may be putting too many eggs of happiness in the Trump basket? I mean, what are you going to do when he finishes his fifth or sixth term? How are you going to carry on when God forbid, and I hope you're sitting down and maybe have a strong drink next to you when I say these really, terrifying words. What will you do when he actually dies?
Moose, it's not just Trump. It's Tom Holman on Fox News saying, being very happy and having a big smile. Seeing the head of, our mass deportation effort happy on Fox News saying, if these Democrats obstruct us, we will arrest them, or we need more action. I'm just saying, in comparison to Kamala and Waltz, I am.
My point
I
is that I
am.
think there's a little too much identity worship with MAGAs and Trump versus the Dems and Biden and Clinton.
You gotta understand, it is not identity worship. It is me being a Taoist or believing in the opposite, which was Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. When I know Trump and JD Vance are the leaders of this country versus what could have been, that's what truly gives me the happiness. It takes Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to make me happy. I hope you understand that, most.
So it's less what Trump's about and more what the alternative was.
Exactly. I ask Grok that all the time. Please give me the contrarian position to my question. And then it corrects itself and gives me the information I'm actually looking for.
Can I just point out that we do not have enough votes here for the poll? The poll is asking, do you regret your vote, your 2024 vote? And so for those of you that have not yet voted in the poll is posted above. Please take a look at it. And if you don't have an option, that's fine. That would be a perfectly viable reason to not vote. Because I don't want to skew the results just because you want to peek at the results. But absolutely. Go ahead.
Jarl said, fuck George Washington in the chat. Jarl, one day maybe you'll be able to come to America. I don't know where you live, but you will experience the incredible, glory and beauty of this country. It goes on and on and on. Have you ever driven through Texas? It just goes on and on and on and on.
Do you think Washington never lied?
I haven't read the letters of George Washington. There's a lot of things, we need to do in terms of education. But, of course, I'm sure he maybe told a lie and, asked for forgiveness and made atonement.
But I think the more important piece of this is that we once had this belief that we wanted to prop up our founders and we wanted to make heroes out of them. And then we put them through a critical lens and we said, okay, maybe they were, flawed humans like every human. But now we've gotten to a point where we don't want heroes at all. As soon as somebody does something that you argue is heroic, we go on a search for the things that would make them flawed. And I don't think that that's a good idea moving forward. We should have heroes. We should have people that we can point to say, hey, look, what that guy did in his day was pretty fucking incredible. And then you can go ahead and say that those times had policies and social norms that you would oppose today. But if you isolate for in that time, was this person doing something exceptional? I would say anybody that that was willing to throw the tyranny of Britain off of us, I think they deserve our respect.
Tina Turner would disagree.
The Prophet Muhammad? Listen, if you can point out the good things that he's done, that's cool. All I can say is that in the Hadith that Aisha wrote, she acknowledged the fact that she married him when she was 6 and they consummated when she was 9. So all I have right now is that he's a pedophile and that the members of this pedophile death cult are very forgiving of that fact. Now, give me the heroic things that he's done, please.
I mean, you knew that was coming, right?
I did not. I just wanted to bring this point right back home to this clearly Muhammad a lot of heroic things.
Name one. Name one.
He created one of the biggest religions on the planet.
Yeah, listen, Christianity and Islam are both Torah fan fiction. Nothing more, nothing less.
See, there's different types of Torah fan fiction. Not many people have read Zohar or Tanya. See, the Jewish book club or the Jewish publishing industry is vast. Jews love books, and I have many, many Jewish education books. And
That's racist.
so basically, what I'm saying is, if you read Zohar, it's like, or this other book called the Sefer HaAgadah, the Book of Legends. It's more stories about the stories. So it'll take Moses sitting in the mountains talking to his generals, and they'll be talking about war strategy. It's like, that's why I say it's kind of like the Torah comic book club or fan fiction, So I'm just saying there's no limits to creating new stories about the stories. I mean, because people in the future, hopefully they'll pick up that media and, recreate it. And I love reading books onto YouTube because a lot of the stuff from the 60s and 70s, which was very profound, it's not necessarily digitized now. Like, you could go to their foundations and maybe find some of the materials, but there's a lot of mind-blowing, profound books, just like Zohar, that if you can reproduce it into YouTube and get people to experience this divine, mystic, experience, it's really profound psychology, but it is in a way like fiction hypnosis, but it rings true. So it's just alternative media.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, both of you guys are going to hell. You didn't know that.
Wait, why do you think we're going to hell?
Because of the way that you speak about the Bible.
Oh, really? What did I say about the Bible that would cast me into hell?
You know what you said.
Well, I think...
This man said that the Bible was Torah fan fiction, and then you went on with it like it was nothing. You didn't stop his demonic energy. So you're going to hell with him.
Well, is it projection? I'm just asking you, are you projecting your own hell onto us right now?
Mother, can I offer a challenge here? I will bet that I know scripture in this Torah fan fiction that you call the Holy Bible better than you do. That's my challenge.
I spent 10 years going to church every weekend, and I'm going to church right now every weekend, so, I mean, it would be competitive. I don't know how religious you are, but I do go to church twice a week.
I'm not religious, but I am a man of letters. So let's.
What does that mean?
while I read. And I'm
Are you saying the only legit religion is Judaism?
well, of that school of book, it's kind of like this is how I feel about it, right? The original trilogy in Star Wars, to me, that's the source material, right? And that was the creation of George Lucas. And then and all of those things that you have, like the prequels and the sequels and all the spin-offs, that would be Star Wars fan fiction. The same way of the Holy Bible, and the same way with the Quran.
That was a long-winded yes to my question. Got it. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, back to Mother. Mother, can you give me your interpretation of 2 Kings chapter 2?
I don't have that memorized. I don't know what that is.
This is when the prophet Elisha was being teased by kids and prayed for the Lord's help. And then out of the forest came tears that mauled 47 children. Can you explain to me what that means to you?
So I'm gonna finish taking this shit. I'm gonna go open the Bible that I have in my living room, and I'm gonna read the passage, and then analyze it, and then respond. I don't. This gotcha that we're doing here is I find to be odd. I mean,
Not a gotcha at all. Not a gotcha at all.
You don't tell the whole room you're taking a shit. Very odd.
I mean,
Mother, I'm trying, despite the fact that I know you're taking a shit, I'm going to say these words.
Mojo.
I want to meet you where you are.
Mojo, let me ask you, what do you think that means?
I think that it means that if you disrespect a prophet of the Lord, that the Lord will resort to violence to get revenge, which I think is an interesting concept. And it makes me wonder, when we see children bullying another child, would it be more godly if, let's say we're not Dr. Doolittle, we can't summons the bears, should we go and smack the shit out of kids that are bullying other kids? Because it sounds like that's the instruction, but maybe God wants to keep it in his hands and utilize bears to do his bidding.
Well, I mean, I always like to think about the micro and the macro, but that story to me sounds like thoughts, meaning that chaos and, all these children being mauled by a bear. It's kind of like that book, Lord of the Flies. It's like, who is the Lord of the Flies? Is it Beelzebub? Is it God? I mean, how do you respond to flies? A lot of people get freaked out when they see them.
To Mother's point, apparently Polish shit is the flies god, because they clearly flies worth of shit.
Well, listen, if this room were Lord of the Flies, I think Hakima's definitely picky.
Oh man,
Now I gotta go watch it.
it's a wild book actually.
The book is 100 times better.
The Balthazar Getty film was okay, but that was an example of where the book is better than the film. Traditionally, people say that all the time. I'm in the camp that usually the movie is better than the book, and I've got countless examples of that if you'd like to talk about it.
Like, we can rattle off a few ones of them who's this. Jaws, actually, it's still good, but Jaws, yeah, you're visually terrified.
Wise Guy versus Goodfellas.
was Wicked a book? I don't know. That movie was wonderful. I saw it last weekend.
So did anybody see the moon last night?
Sure did, that was something.
So what is the men? I haven't put this to Grog or done a Google search yet, but are women's menstrual cycles actually tied to the moon?
Mother, what say you?
Yeah. I mean, men also have a menstrual cycle, right? I mean, it's not profound, but there are times of the month when men have higher levels of testosterone than other parts of the month. That is a thing. Men do have kind of like lower period.
So I heard this speaker the other day say that women have this Shakti power. It's a two-part system. They are nesters, and they are also transcendent. What does anybody like? Anybody agree with that sentiment that women technically have these two different aspects that a man does not have? The man should be out of the nest. gathering, energy, harvesting resources, but the nester, and so men have a different task, women have a different task, or different set of a basic game rule or their position, who they are. Is that why Kamala lost? Because the roles,
Dr. Catherine, hi.
the
How
roles
are
were
you?
inverted.
Wait, can you go on mute, John? I got to say hi to Dr. Catherine. Where have you been?
Hello. You know what? I've been hanging out over there in Cheddar, and I have to tell you a story about that. Jonathan Bing went off on me and lost his shit. And I decided, who are these people, right? We're not the real people. It's you people. So I'm coming back to Clubhouse.
Can you agree with me, Catherine? One second. Can you guys agree that Jonathan Bing is the worst thing that's ever happened to Chatter?
I don't
Oh,
know
I like
about
Jonathan
saying
Bing.
that. I do like him. I'm friends with him, but I can play you this clip. I can't even listen to it, but he just.
Please play the clip.
Oh boy. Okay. I can do that.
Spill the tea, Dr. Catherine. Spill the tea.
Yeah, you know I got tea. I got the tea. So this is what happened. He was going off on, how he's definitely kind of date, but maybe we don't really know what they're doing. But he's the black guy, she's the blonde, beautiful one, and I think they have a romance. But again, I've never met these people IRL, so I can't say what they have.
They are very flirty together.
They're super flirty. Yeah, and sometimes he talks to her in a way that I think is very controlling. And so I was in the chat, like, I'm a chat warrior most of the time, and in the chat I was like, Ben is controlling. And he lost it. Okay, Nelson sent it to me. Here it goes. Let me see if I can turn it on. Sorry, guys, here it goes.
That would be a great chat if you don't mind.
Explain that shit.
Well, the unsung hero is the person that may not speak the line, but every day that they tend is open. That's not unsung hero.
No, it's fun. Okay? Catherine, shut your fucking mouth, alright? How much want control? Alright? You dumb fucking ass, alright? Don't you ever come in here with some bullshit and put some out with someone trying to handle this tweet diplomatically as possible. I am tired of your fucking entitled ass with your fucking snarky ass fucking entitled fucking remarks. Get your fucking ass out of here, Dr. Catherine. I'm fucking need you here if that's how you fucking feel.
Damn, that was worse
Fucking
than I was
entitled
expecting.
fucking business, bitch. Fuck out of here. I'm tired of the bullshit.
He's not done. I think
Fuck that. I don't even know. I want to hear the okay. Get the fuck out of here. Like, what's going on? Because I'm very diplomatic. Okay? And I want to push you. I'm tired of your bullshit.
I accept your experience. What happened?
Whatever. It's not my fucking experience. I'm tired of bullshit. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm trying to fucking resolve something. And you're like, oh, fuck out of here, Dr. Catherine. I like to get fucking minutes. Fuck out of here. That's shit. On the back end. Shit like that.
So,
Yo, that was so funny. I am sorry I didn't laugh, but I could not hold it back. When you said I accept
Was that
your
on the
experience,
Chatter? I've never been on Chatter. Was that from Chatter or Clubhouse?
that was a classy response. I accept your experience. I'm gonna take notes and save that for them. I'm gonna use that at work.
It sounds like Dr. Catherine. It sounds like you meditate. You handled that very well.
well, it actually, I got that from raising teenagers and going to family therapy. And the therapist is like, you have to mirror and affirm and validate their experience of harm, even though you don't understand it or agree with it. Because you know how teenagers say crazy shit and you're like, that's actually not happening. That's not how this went, right? But it is their experience that I want to validate because I care about the fact they're hurting. And when you try to refute it and tell them they're not experiencing something that they feel is very difficult for them, then they feel gaslit. Okay, so the example would be our kids complain because they think their life is so hard and we're mean to them. And if we say, well, our parents used to beat us, and we had to walk to the pool like 2 miles in the cold. That's not how you're supposed to parent. You're supposed to validate their experience of harm, and then they feel heard. And just accept it. Accept it as their experience. Don't try to refute it. It works beautifully.
You would thrive in corporate America, Catherine, because this is the type of like language that I have to use at the office. Like, never be overly direct. Always, tiptoe around what you're actually trying to say, but get your message.
But don't you believe
They
in?
do get angrier. They get angrier. Yeah, because they want you to bang back. He loved the bang. Like he wanted to create something out of that and make it go viral and stuff. And I'm not gonna. And when I say you're controlling and that you come off like that, you're basically just making your own case or making my case, right?
Yeah, you kind of.
Catherine, can you please submit a vote in the poll here? Do you regret your 2024 vote?
Oh, that's what we're talking about in the room. Okay, so I voted. Can I say what I voted already, Mojo, or are we waiting?
Can I say something first? I want to just say that I'm jealous of Dr. Catherine because she's such a sponge. She takes, if I took a thousandth of that amount of information away from all the therapy I had, I mean, I feel like I've done nothing with all the therapy I've had. I'm just devastated.
Oh, maybe you did go to too much therapy. There is a sweet spot for therapy, and we'll talk about that in another room. I voted for Bernie, so I don't regret that at all.
I voted for Ron DeSantis in the primary, and then when Trump got the nomination, I voted for Kamala, and I'm very happy with both of those votes. And I would never vote for Donald Trump ever in the history of my life. And my whole reason for not voting for him has been proven to be correct. I don't like his leadership style, and I think his economic policies are not going to move the country further ahead, which they aren't. And I don't think that he's good for America on an international level. Every reason that I had for voting for Kamala has come to fruition.
So, hold on, mother. Can you tell me, what was Kamala Harris's plan to reduce the borrowing and spending that we have in this country?
Doesn't matter. That's not the reason why I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for Trump because I didn't like the way he ran the country. And I'm 100% correct in my current opinion of he's doing exactly what I would expect, chaos and confusion.
It was a good attempt on Mojo. I got you, moment to corner him. Harris was doomed. 137-year-old Biden never should have ran. I don't think he would have if it wasn't Trump. Chip on the shoulder. You did 50 years of service. Remarkable. Like, have a seat. Like, you were already President War. Like that. You can't top that resume. So he hands the baton over in the 11th hour to Harris. She didn't have a prayer. She didn't have a prayer.
Reluctantly, they actually took the baton and they forced it on her.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. He was stuck in his diaper.
Yeah, if it was up to him, he would have continued to run. But the problem was, I don't think he could have even submitted the paperwork. He was too far gone. In fact, it was ruled that he was legally incompetent, couldn't even stand trial, but yet he was our president.
Talk about narcissistic, Dr. Jordan?
Sorry, I missed that. I'm driving. What did you say?
Well, Trump's narcissism. Stevie Wonder can see that, but with Biden, we can't overlook the narcissism that essentially what we just described. That he's setting up Harris for failure instead of stepping down. And to Mojo's point, he did that creepy interview when he's whispering. He's like, guess what? Something's gonna happen. Like he was Clint Eastwood. It was bizarre. He never should have done it. His ego and narcissism kept him in it.
But there's an element of narcissism that's highly productive, and when you're, all presidents are going to have that to some degree. Some are going to be more pathological, but you can't help his survival instinct, right? I mean, what person who's president of the United States is willing to relinquish that position for any reason? I find that hard to believe. So I don't.
But we were just talking about heroes earlier, though, right? Like we're just talking about heroes. If you ask me, that is what a hero does. You step down. You literally take a knee for the greater good of the country. If you truly took that office to make a difference and be Mr. Jimmy Stewart goes to Washington. I mean, I hear you. Like I hear the megalomaniac and the attention and power. Your point is absolutely valid. It's not lost to me. But a true hero, I think, would have didn't have to be coaxed off the election, edge like he was.
Yeah, but remember, Biden and Trump both were, they're all insulated by a circle of people. Sorry, I have some food in my mouth, obviously. They're all listening. Their ears are bent towards certain people. And so we don't know that Biden's family didn't have a huge influence on him.
You have a hot mic, Keelan.
Hey, Moose, do you think that Nixon did the right thing by stepping down?
He wouldn't have had to if he had the Supreme Court that Trump has today. But yes, I do. And I don't think he did it for the good of Watergate, Bernstein, yeah, it was a different time. But I think if the Supreme Court was stacked as it is, and whatever president does in the act of being presidency cannot be prosecuted, would have been different.
I don't know. I still think that Nixon, to your point, I think he did the right thing. You just man up, say, I fucked up, and I'm resigning.
I think the pushback against that is that, he inevitably would have been impeached. Like, actually impeached, like, actually removed from office, not like Clinton.
Yeah. I think, but to your point, times were way different then. I mean, he's still going to go down as one of our top 4 worst presidents, but still.
The war on crime, Tricky Dick. I am not a criminal. He's a living Saturday Night Live skit. His entire presidency is a Saturday Night Live skit.
Did you ever see the movie about him? It was pretty good.
All the presidents, man?
Yeah, something like that. There was like a couple, but I saw one like...
Very good, yeah. Robert Redford researched that for like several years. He directed it. Knowledge, that's enough. Robert Redford, yeah.
I liked the JFK one too by God, I'm trying to think of his name. The director.
Oliver Stone.
I just can't remember. Yes, very good movie. But yeah, I mean Nixon just was like, okay, yeah, I'm not a crook, but was he really a crook? I don't know. That's subjective.
What about
Nixon's support of the first of all the creation of the war on drugs and his support for wage and price controls? I mean, I think Nixon's a smart guy, but his policies were dog shit.
But again, there's some conditioning and programming. I mean, how is it that you go from having everyone kiss your ass and calling you Mr. President for however long someone has lasted for the duration of a term, and then suddenly have people, questioning you, then hate you, then comes, congressional hearings and potential litigation. I mean, you go from being on the top of the world and everyone literally kissing your ass even if they don't like you, to suddenly accepting that you're mediocre or criminal. I mean, I think that's really hard for the human, for a human to contend with. And that goes for Nixon, Trump, Bush, Clinton, all of them.
But wasn't Nixon? Didn't he have like one of the highest IQs for a president? Highly likely. Yeah.
And he got more votes than any president in history.
Really?
Yep.
But,
I learned that on MSNBC 2 nights ago.
But, Doctor, wasn't it, or I'm sorry, the driver, wasn't it Reagan that won by the largest margin ever?
No.
I understood that it was...
His re-election, he won 49 out of the 50 states. The only holdout was Minnesota, and that was because that's where Mondale was from.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't, Mojo, it wasn't the first election, it was the second one when Reagan ran in, 84?
Correct.
Pretty incredible he survived that assassination attempt. Surgeon said it was like less than a half inch away from his heart.
That's crazy. It's even more crazy, Moose, that Trump survived that. Because he got very close.
Do you guys remember the Saturday Night Live skit after Reagan got shot where Eddie Murphy did Buckwheat's Been Shot as a parody?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go YouTube that, Mojo.
Well, I think you should ask Dr. Catherine what a near miss that was, because she more than anyone would know with regard to Trump's injury, at least the optics of it.
Of him coming up and with his fist in the air, like he just like Rocky did in Rocky 2 when he could follow like that. Those kind of theatrics.
And that was mad respect. I mean, I've seen quite a few lucky people who just missed a major injury by just a few millimeters like that, and you just think to yourself, wow, God has a plan for you. And we're all part of Trump's manifesto now, but that was wild. That was a real...
Y'all some real political people. I'm not really a super political dude, but do you think that Trump thing was real, or do you think that was like something to make him like seem better than he is? Like, do y'all think that was real for real?
Wait, hold on. So, what if you think that it was somehow theater? Can you explain to me the person who got their head turned inside out?
To me, I think me personally, I think there's no way that could be theater. I think that was a real thing that happened. A lot of people think it's theater, though. I don't think you can make that up. Like he's technically supposed to be dead right now. They just missed him by a little bit.
I thought he was going to die
I can understand how
COVID.
somebody would think it's theater. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I actually thought he was going to die when he got COVID. You know, if it wasn't for Regeneron and having like all those doctors swarming around him, I really thought that was going to take him out. So, you know, it always takes three things. So the next thing coming for him is going to be the one that takes him out.
In the form of a Big Mac.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the intelligence agencies tried to actually kill Trump. That's why I think that's the real conspiracy. Not that it was fake. I mean, like, there's so many. It's either this. There's only really two real good explanations to me. It's mass incompetence on the Secret Service's part to allow two close assassination attempts very close together, and also one that was right before the RNC convention, basically when they're doing the Republican nominee. Okay. Or it was intentional. It was intentional competence where they allowed these third-party actors to get in so they can actually ruin the election for the Republicans.
That's a good point right there. Intentional incompetence. Okay, I never thought of that angle. That's a good angle. Intentional incompetence.
Because it's hard to explain or comprehend how the Secret Service thought that the local, at least that's one story I heard, is that the Secret Service thought that the local law enforcement would actually take care of like the rooftop areas, so they're just gonna go ahead and leave the only like available.
Why do you load up a whole sniper rifle on the roof? You know how long it takes to assemble that jump? I'm in the military for 16 years. Yeah. I know how long it takes to assemble a sniper rifle.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it just seems like a major bizarre oversight by Secret Service.
But Moose, like, I remember when I'm here in Michigan, I remember like George Bush was coming to like one of the community colleges or something to do a speech. Every road was blocked off. I mean, I've never seen so much security. This is back in like 2004. I've never seen so much. Go ahead.
I think you just had out my. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, like, I've never seen that much security. But to your point, Moose, it was just very bizarre that I would think they would have all the rooftops covered, but I don't know. That was some major oversight miss. But didn't that person, like Moose, who's like head of Secret Service, resign like right after that?
I don't think they were given a choice.
Yeah, I think they basically said, you resign, we'll give you 6 months severance. Fly off into the wind.
Do you remember the woman that? You remember the woman that couldn't holster her weapon?
Yes.
DEI.
Yeah, it's a tough job, though. You know, not too many jobs where you're gonna literally signing up to stand in front of someone else to take a bullet. But ooh, that's a big oversight.
You know, I didn't even think Trump was going to make it to election day after 2 assassination attempts. I was like, someone's going to, like, assassinate him before. And shockingly, he made it.
Do you guys remember how nasty the clubhouse Democrats were when they were saying, "Oh, we almost got him"? Do you remember those conversations?
For the record, I was never believe it or not, I was never one of them.
I never said that either.
Can you imagine if there was an assassination attempt on Harris? What the reaction would have been?
Has there ever been an assassination attempt on a Democrat? Well,
Yeah,
RFK
Kennedy.
Yeah,
Attempt
Kennedy.
and success.
True. And then Bobby Kennedy, too.
Yep, the two big ones.
Yeah, they were cleaning house in the '60s.
Yeah, they were. But that Kennedy family's been so unlucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bad time to be a Kennedy.
But Moose, there was another one too. Like, I think one of them else got like cancer and died at a really young age too. Wasn't it Jackie, his wife?
Yeah, the Kennedys are like the Von Erichs of politics.
Statistically, I don't think, maybe Dr. Catherine can back this up, but statistically, I don't think that they actually have had more high profile deaths, quite frankly, than any other family. It's just that it's the media. There's a media bias. Let me look this up to be sure.
Got a new poll up there, Mojo.
We have a new poll?
Oh, wait, sorry, I was looking at the room title. See, at a glance, it is confusing. I'm like, wait, how come the room title doesn't match the poll? But, right, two separate things.
Oh my God. Did I miss a question about narcissistic personality disorder? Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, no, anytime Dr. J is here, we're always, we're in the presence of an expert on narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh, he's the Dr. J. Okay.
Yes, yes, the one and only.
No, what I was saying was that the Kennedy family, statistically speaking, there is no difference. There's no significant difference in the number of deaths that the Kennedy family has endured than any other family. They're a big family, and they've just obviously we know more about them through that loss of life through media bias.
Wow, I don't know. They've had like, so you think it's based on if you were to run of any big family that you'd have that many assassinations, the people who have died in planes, I don't know, a lot, especially being killed. Must hear
A lot of musicians dying in planes, Dr. Catherine, yeah.
But all in one family?
Yeah, Dr. Catherine, I was just going to say, like, I just think that Kennedy family's been very unlucky. Have you ever read the book Killing Kennedy by Bill O'Reilly? Although I'm not Bill O'Reilly's biggest fan, he did write a damn good book.
You know, it's in my Audible books. I don't remember if I did read it, what impression it had on me.
There was another one too, like Killing Lincoln. That was a very interesting one because, I don't know if you know this, Lincoln's head of security or top security guard, he was supposed to be watching over and, you know, watching him, but instead he went across the street to the speakeasy and got drunk and didn't do his duty. But no, everyone overlooked that.
Oh, I heard that actually. Oh, that makes sense. I guess that explains why the security guard who walked away from Epstein is related to the security guard you just described. Huh. Apple in the tree.
Well, Moose, another thing too, like, with the Lincoln assassination, when John Wilkes Booth did it, he jumped down from like the wherever he was at that theater, and everyone thought it was part of the play, and they didn't understand, like, the president had just been killed, but they thought it was part of the act. But yeah, it's a good book. Check it out.
So are you guys paying extra for this Chatter app? What do you get for that? What's the update on that?
Oh, no, Catherine, there was investor payout day today.
In Chatter? You guys are getting paid for your rooms?
No, because, like, I guess all the original investors or investors of development, I got some email saying they were paid. Like, they were getting some sort of dividend, or I don't know if they're getting their money back, but I think it was some sort of dividend.
Oh, I wonder what the return was on their investment, or that's just like their settlement. Interesting.
Yeah, after the class action lawsuit. I think, honestly, you're better off taking your money and flushing it down the toilet before you are investing in that app.
Oh, on the Chatter app? This app or any of the apps?
Chatter app.
Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't have invested in.
No.
I think it has potential. There aren't enough intelligent conversations happening, and there.
Right.
Yeah.
John, can you do your Jonathan Bing impression? Oh, he's not there.
Well, Jackie Kennedy is the best dead Kennedy of them all. She was pretty incredible.
What do you like about her, except for her sense of style?
She's actually really smart. She had a lot of art appreciation. I think just the trauma, of seeing her husband shot. Like, she had parts of his brain on him. She's a very strong woman, I think. And yeah, I think a lot more than just style. But she was an editor of a publishing house, so she was a great writer herself, and she was meticulous, I think, with her correspondence, her relationships, and she suffered so much trauma. I think just how you look at PTSD and she probably drank too much, smoked too much. She died of cancer too young. And I
Did
think
you
this whole...
did you ever see her Playboy spread?
What? You're thinking of Marilyn. Jackie Kennedy? Really? Oh my goodness.
Let me see if I can find a good photo on PTR.
But one of my favorite, I think, historical, triangle love stories is the Jacqueline Kennedy, Maria Callas, and Aristotle Onassis. I think that was a pretty amazing situation there, because Aristotle really loved Maria Callas, but he also loved, women who had so much, I don't know, who were popular, and he just loved women, and he left Maria to marry Jackie, and man, just really broke her heart, and it really broke his heart too. But Jackie, she got to live on a Greek island and have free security, and her kids were relatively protected, which I think she needed to do that. Okay, so nobody's paying for an upgraded version of Clubhouse. That's what I've heard. Is that right?
There is at least 2 people on the stage that are paying. You can see by the plus sign next to their name.
Okay, so those of you with the plus sign, what are you getting?
They have an anonymous feature that allows them to enter rooms without being spotted.
And supposedly
like a
you
burner.
can,
So you don't need a burner.
right, and supposedly you can see who views your profile, but that's not really accurate. Because every time you go into a room, like if they invite you on stage, it's not really telling you anything.
Yeah, LinkedIn does that too. They're like, see who viewed your profile and upgrade to premium. And I'm always like, what do I need to listen to creepers?
Right.
Like, okay, I'm good. I already got my private list somewhere. Now I got to worry about these other guys. I'm good.
It's weird, right? I'm like, I don't know. It's weird.
So to Bree's question, can you go in a room as anon if someone has you blocked? No. If I am the moderator and I have an account blocked, they can't switch to anon and enter. However, if they've always been anonymous, then I wouldn't know. And then I wouldn't be able to block them, and so they'd be able to do it. So I would have had to have blocked them prior. So it's a little nuance there. How much money do you think they raised by charging people $5 to have the little plus sign and use the anonymous feature? Think they made a lot of money?
Considering there's 25 people in here and I can count 2 people who with the plus sign, I'm gonna go no.
I'm just really terrible at canceling subscriptions, y'all.
Yeah, because my thing is the features aren't worth the subscription price.
Oh, no. Not at all.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that they put, you can see who viewed you as one of the bells and whistles? Really?
Well, yeah, and like I said, it's honestly not if somebody reacts to you, they show up in that list. If somebody invites you on stage, they show up in that list. Like, there's so many times that we interact with each other's PTRs, like if somebody's trying to show a picture and they're like, oh, view my PT, those aren't really people like looking at your profile.
The reason why they don't know how to roll out features that we want, the poll feature was good, but all they did was copy that from Chatter. The reason they don't know like what we want is because they created the app and they no longer come on it. Once upon a time, Paul used to pop into the rooms. In fact, when we were doing healthy debates, I would say Paul would come every day to the room. Every day. And he would sit there sometimes for 10 minutes, sometimes for hours. and he would listen, and he would see what people were doing on the app. I think he lost interest in doing that, and he thinks he's got an idea of what people want. But I used to be part of that little beta house. Catherine, you might remember this. They didn't really want real feedback. All they wanted was people to kiss the brass ring. Anytime somebody provided real feedback, you'd have like all of the suck-ups to like jump in and like, you know, and vote that down. It was very interesting.
It was insulting. I mean, honestly, you would ask questions in the chat, they'd be ignored, give feedback. In the beginning, I thought Clubhouse was so cool because I thought, wow, the founders are sitting here talking to us and they have good energy. But then, yeah, they just did those leadership rounds, what they call them, town halls, and there were a lot of complaints in there and they just ignored it. So, like, why even have it? Or just say, like, we get it, we're working on things. We just can't do whatever you're asking for yet.
So the founders were fucking up. But when they decided like they wanted a feedback loop, and they created the beta house, the beta tester house, this was like, okay, we're gonna get people with real insights. And I got invited in, and then the person that invited me in, that person got skewered. Like, why would you let Roger into this group? This is crazy. And it was a small group of people, and they were all in it for self-serving reasons. They all wanted, like, you had guys like Nozzle, and you guys might like Nozzle, might dislike Nozzle, but Nozzle, all he cared about, it was he wanted to get a job at one of these companies, or he wanted to figure out how to monetize. And so his whole thing was like, we should monetize houses. We should monetize houses. And I'm thinking to myself, why does that feature matter to him? It's not like, I mean, he could open a room and only 3 people would show up. He would have never been able to monetize anyways. He never had an interesting thought. He never shared any interesting information. And now, interestingly enough, he's now an employee and helping to make decisions over at Chatter, where I think he belongs.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say the monetization feature of Chatter is something I think Clubhouse could have added pretty easily. You know, I think it's a little disruptive the way they do it now on Chatter. They call it like a rocket thing. And when somebody likes or wants to give energy to the room, they can, they call it a rocket chat. So it could be $1, $50, whatever. And you can see who's contributing, and the person who's hosting the room apparently gets paid, but the payout is like 40 days later, and you have to do a Stripe account. And apparently Nozzle lives in some country where his Stripe account didn't work, and so they had to do it differently. But I don't know, I didn't tie anything to money or put any rocket chats in because I'm like, I don't really trust the app for...
I would recommend this. Yeah. When it comes to social audio apps, whether it's Clubhouse, whether it's Fanbase, whether it's Chatter, I've learned the hard way with some of these things. I would never connect a financial app that you have to them. You don't want to reveal any information that you don't have to them, because it's not that you can't trust all of them. I actually think that there's probably some really good people that are involved in this. But there's also an attraction to some of the biggest scam artists on the planet. I mean, if you think about Chatter, if you think about some of the people that are over there now, they're quite literally like con men. You know, like people like Grant Cardone. He's a con man. He's a fraud. I know that he sued John Legere for saying it, but he's not going to sue me because Mojo doesn't actually exist.
I think that's why many of us like to be on Clubhouse, to hear the cons. And like, I was just starting my private practice. I didn't know anything about business. And I really enjoyed hearing how real estate people talk and people into marketing and selling stuff, especially like kind of the cult type movements and the grifters. You're like, well, it's very fear-based narratives. They're very gifted in how they tell their stories, and they get people to come along and make them feel vulnerable if they're not buying what they're selling. So I thought I learned a lot.
I think what's fascinating,
Grant Cardone lawsuit,
What's fascinating?
Somebody came up and deposed me to be in that lawsuit. Can you believe that?
Jesus Christ. What's fascinating about those real estate rooms is a lot of the people that were involved in that are not selling a lot of real estate. They're trying to do like funds and trying to convince people to invest, and then they do it in a way where they don't even want accredited investors. Like they're all setting themselves up for major lawsuits. But I think the thing that's sad is that the people that go into it, they have no clue that these people are con men. They actually think that like, oh, they drop some wisdom. We're building community. I'm gonna make it rich with these people. Look, if they were so goddamn good in the real estate market, they wouldn't be spending their time on Clubhouse telling people to fucking give them their nickels and dimes. They'd be out there selling fucking property.
Agreed. Definitely. And the mortgage syndicate, I was always curious, like, what is the deal? And then I learned, okay, they're basically selling very high-priced interest loans, right? Selling money, and how you sell money to people at like higher rates than the worst credit card. Is that the scam? Things like that. It's interesting. But I'll tell you, because I'll always say, well, send me the papers, the documents, so I can have my finance people look at it. And they've got nothing to send. I said, well, what's your tax ID number for your company? You know, like if my company were to support your company, how would that be filed? Or if you're a charity, you know, like what's your tax ID number for the charity? So when you know what questions to ask, it breaks down very easily. But we've seen a lot of people get.
I'm so glad you mentioned this. So glad you mentioned this about nonprofits. So I was in this room, Politically Correct, I think it's called, and there was this woman by the name of Sin. I'll call her out by name, and she was talking about all these things that she does in her community, and I could just sniff out the bullshit, and then like, so I went on stage, I said some things, and like, yeah, I don't know, set the room on fire, but she was saying, you don't know me, you don't know what I do, and she was telling me about this nonprofit, and then I go, oh, okay, I go, why don't you put the link in the chat to your nonprofit, and I'll donate $500 right now. Now, as somebody that's raised money for nonprofits and for other causes, if somebody is going to, say that they're going to donate, even if they're not going to donate, you still would put the link out there. She couldn't provide the link because it didn't exist, and then when I called that out, I got removed from the room. So you gotta be careful. These people are fucking frauds. If they tell you that they're doing this fucking great project, just ask for more information. If you were to ask, I would imagine if you could just have 3 good questions. Can you show me, and not just like a link to a GoFundMe, and not just, here's my Cash App, but look for some sort of documentation, some sort of filing that they've done where they've really put their information out there and they show that they're legitimately doing things in the real world. Even then, I wouldn't give money to people on Clubhouse. As a general rule of thumb, if you guys were to do something and ask for money, I would just be completely out. Just on general principle, I will not give money to people on Clubhouse. That being said, if you're inclined to do that, I would just ask a few fucking simple questions. And what you'll find out is that I would guess 5-9 probability that that everybody that's ever asked for money on this app was not doing with the money what they claimed they were going to do with the money.
And John Legere really tried to, I think, protect the people. And that lawsuit. It's a shame because he stopped coming to the rooms, and he, I thought, added a lot. I thought that was what was really fun about Clubhouse a long time ago. You really have a great diversity of rooms and people calling out each other's bullshit. And you see too, if I call out someone for being controlling or something, we get kicked out of rooms. I played that clip, Bing losing it, and you're just like, wow, there it is. If you're not authentic and someone's calling it out, you're going to defend yourself, and that's something to think about. Is if you're authentic, why would you have to defend yourself? You're just honest. And
is there a way that I could get a copy of that clip? I I would like to.
Nelson has it.
Well, actually,
you, but
if you know what, I already know because this room's been streaming. I could just go back to the live stream and I could clip the moment in which it was said. So I got it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I mean, honestly, it's so uncomfortable for me to hear it. If anybody's been, abused verbally or has some trauma, it might be like trigger warning for that. He just really sounded.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other direction with it. What I'm gonna do is take things like that, string them all together, and maybe use that as like bumper music as an intro for these rooms. So like as people are piling in the beginning, just play like maybe a 90-second clip of people crashing out on Clubhouse, and I think that's a perfect example of somebody crashing out on an app.
Bumper music, I like that. Okay, bump along. You call it bumper music because it's like an intro or a closing. It's like the bumpers to the.
That's what they refer to it when it comes to like like AM radio, the talk radio stuff. There's like the intro music, and then there's the music you play to a commercial, and then there's the outro at the end, and it's referred to bumpers because it's bumpered on the sides of the commercials as well as the content.
A collection of crash outs would be actually quite epic.
That should be, John Kitover, if you're listening, that should be the next YouTube channel. It should just be called Clubhouse Crash Outs, and it can be an edited version where we need to find an audio video editor, somebody that's willing to use some AI, go find some great crash outs, curate the content, and put it together on one channel called Clubhouse Crash Outs. I think that could be a very popular thing. And then we could
probably tell Nigel to do it and just send him a cash app for like $50. I bet he'd do it.
Yeah, but on general principle, I don't want to pay that guy anything. We gotta find a good nozzle. Go ahead.
I don't consent to being recorded. Thanks.
I don't know. I don't think those words mean what you think they mean.
Dripping with sarcasm. We signed off those rights when we checked off that little TNC box to download this app or pretty much any app these days.
And even if you don't check off the box.
Exactly, serendipity, right? They're happy to do that. They're happy to do that for you. They're very thoughtful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just love some of the people that are, bitching and complaining about people like John Kitover, but they didn't give a shit when Snowden released all the information about what the federal government was doing, and they're like, oh, that's different, it's the government.
Well, I don't want to get in an argument with you about this, but if Snowden had any integrity, he wouldn't be living in Russia.
Well, I don't know. I think they've made it explicitly clear that they're going to lock him away in a box with his life, and he'll probably end up dead. So, I can't blame him.
Well, no, I can blame him because if what you really care about is exposing tyrannical government, you don't live in Russia. Sorry.
No, I get that, but who else is going to take him? Who else is going to take him and not, 5 minutes later let the fucking feds come in or Interpol come in and be like, oh, sorry, yeah, we lied. Kind of rock.
So it's not really in opposition to tyrannical government. It's more about that he wanted his names in lights, and now that there's consequences for that, he's willing to go to the most tyrannical government on planet Earth, minus North Korea, and then just live there. The guy has zero integrity.
What do you think, that? I was seeing if you were trolling or not, or if you're being genuine.
No, I'm being dead serious. I actually think that him living in Russia might be the punishment that he deserves.
Yeah, but like I said, which country do you think would not let Interpol come in and take him and remove him extradite him back to the United States?
I think he should, if he believed in what he was doing was right, he should face a jury of his peers and he should expose it. And then if he goes down in an unfair way, then that's called martyrdom. But he should not be calling out tyrannical government and then living in Russia. It's hypocritical, and the people that support Snowden to me are a joke.
Yeah, but I mean, you can stand for integrity and people not being spied on, and not also at the same time want to be tortured by the fucking federal government. You know, to have
but let's not forget that
have CIA fucking wet work black ops guys come in and fucking rip your fingernails off all night.
He was working for Booz Allen for a long time. He knew what the government was doing. He was doing the government on tracks. So, and remember, this guy was in Hawaii when he was working for the NSA. If you talk to that vintage of NSA people, which was a lot of military folks that had maybe done 6 to 8 years, not all were doing cyber or security related. Some were combat veterans that joined the NSA, but this guy was like all alone on an island in Hawaii, completely detached from the broader NSA operation in Washington or whatever, Virginia. But the point is that he had already worked for Booz Allen for like, I don't even know, like 10 years or some shit.
Okay,
so
Chris, do you think it's better or worse that we know what we know now?
It's way worse. Once the public understood how mass data collection was being weaponized by governments, what did governments do? They increased their mass data collection capabilities. They came up with more advanced forms of signals intelligence. Like, look at all the innovation in signals intelligence. It's pretty shocking. But just spying on Americans and then telling everyone about it definitely did not make it better. Even the big beautiful bill has expanded funding for mass surveillance, right? We're using that to target immigrants. But also, again, our government targets everyday American citizens regularly. It used to just be the FBI, but now it's the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and also the NSA. And they continue to gather more and more and more data. And now we're breaching this precedent where not only does the federal government have this central pool of data on almost every American citizen that does anything on the internet, but now they're breaking these previous boundaries between federal, state, and local. So fuck Edward Snowden, that pussy-ass bitch.
Christopher, it's good to see you on here. Quick question for you. Do you feel the same way about Julian Assange?
No.
Good. Because I feel completely different about those two situations.
I do too. And I've also talked to a lot of Assange's family. See, look, Assange intermediated the flow of the information that allowed us to audit our government. Okay? Edward Snowden got paid by the NSA and Booz Allen for fucking years and then didn't leave us with any instructions on how to deal with the signals intelligence. And then again, what? We got fucking obliterated by every fucking government on this goddamn planet. All these governments doing mass goddamn data collection on their fucking citizens. This bitch takes fucking Russian citizenship. I completely agree with you on martyrdom, because the least he could have done is tapped into the streets, and there's a lot of people that probably would have been down to run some maximum pressure on this pussy-ass government. I was in Washington, D.C. last week. Fuck this federal government. And fuck these goddamn mass data collection policies and the consolidation from the federal, state, and local, these pussy-ass bitches. And I hope that these motherfuckers start to create a fucking file on me, because, to be honest with you, Snowden didn't even give us fucking policy proclamations. This pussy writes books. He writes these fucking books from Russia. No fucking goddamn policy, no institutional structures to combat the heinous nature of this goddamn government. And I'm standing here in Chicago, and he's fucking in the capital of Russia,
probably selling us out to fucking Russia too. So yeah, fuck Edward Snowden.
Yeah, of course he is. And yeah, I'm glad to see you're one of the few people that see it this way. Some people are like, oh, they're both traitors. Other people will say they're both heroes, and I just see them completely different. I think Snowden's a traitor. I think he had an opportunity to be a hero, but we found out that he wasn't as pure in his intentions. His actions tell us everything. But with Assange, the one thing I would have wished that he would have done differently, if there's one thing, and probably if he could go back in time, he would do differently as well, is redacting some of the names from the cables. I think that the information released, I think was valuable and important, but I think redacting the names would have been a wise idea to protect him and the people mentioned in it.
Yeah, that's fair. And again, Assange allowed us to audit government behavior, so then we were able to become aware about the war crimes in Afghanistan. He also showed us the fuckerest way that our public officials communicate over email, like almost like even extremely unprofessional behavior, acting like they're playing a fucking video game with our goddamn tax dollars. But again, all Snowden had to do, honestly, even if he didn't want to get his nails pulled out by the federal government, he should have thought about that when he was in Hawaii doing a fucking contract for the NSA. He didn't have to work for the NSA. He didn't have to hack for Booz Allen either. Who knows how many government contracts he worked on by the time that he decided to jump ship. I mean, fuck, like, he probably did contracts for weapon systems manufacturers, so I just don't think he's a great person. I think he's an egomaniac. But he could have at least given us some knowledge on what to do next if he's the savior, and that's why I just don't think he is a well-rounded individual. I think, like a lot of hackers, he was a megalomaniac, and once he realized how significant the signals intelligence capabilities were in the United States, he maybe just wanted to make like his egotistical point. But I know he lives a good life. I know he's making good money and off the American public. So,
would you hire him?
Fuck no, I wouldn't be anywhere near that, man. I would never want to be associated with that pussy ass bitch, because if I'm gonna go to work with my government, I'm sure as fuck not leaving this goddamn country, and I'm definitely not gonna go to Russia. Fuck that.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire the guy to push the fucking mop at the peep show.
Isn't his, status though totally blown out of proportion in terms of being like a hero or a traitor? I mean, doesn't he get way too much credit?
It's definitely not blown out of proportion in that he sold the federal government out with his top secret clearance and all the access that he had to the signals intelligence platform at the NSA.
I know, but
it's a huge deal.
What are the three major revelations though that he shared with the world?
Americans didn't understand that signals intelligence had moved from wiretapping, which was actually putting a device on a copper wire. So you had to know which wire was transporting the communication. Then you had to actually physically go to the site, the tap, whatever the box was that had the copper wire, and you had to put a piece of hardware on it. So couldn't do mass surveillance on copper wire because, I mean, it technically...
Christopher, all this copper wire talk has me a little confused. Can I ask you a question? What is 565 times 1,000?
565,000. But anyways, once we moved from the copper wire to digital platforms and digital devices, that's what people didn't understand. So he showed people for the first time that you could do mass data collection, that the government could do mass data collection that went way past what you could do on a wiretap on a copper wire. So that was certainly a revelation back in 2009.
But while John just distracted you with that math question, meth heads just came and stole copper wire. Sorry.
Well, nobody's running copper wire anymore. All the telcos retired it anyways, you feel me?
So what's the second revelation of Edward Snowden?
That a lot of people didn't know that the NSA existed. like, the public didn't really know what the NSA was doing. They didn't know we had, like, a mass data collection focused branch of government, right? Because everybody saw the Patriot Act. Very few Americans know today that Homeland Security was created in 2002. That we didn't have.
The biggest consequence of it, Christopher, is that everyone just thought of these agents as relatively benign and that we were somehow excluded from surveillance. And, you know, I don't think the long-term, and I agree with the consensus on Snowden's character, but I don't think the long-term consequences of his betrayal were that great. I still think we're kicking ass in the world ahead of the rest of the world, but I do think you're right on about the fact that it awakened America to the fact that these agencies are not just some acronymal by, you know, bureaucracy. They're out there aggressively pursuing and monitoring, you know, and surveilling us.
Yeah, and even if they weren't connected, government signals intelligence and domestic repression definitely has improved significantly since Snowden. So you could say maybe he wasn't the cause of the scale and the increased capability of governments to do digital surveillance. But he definitely put them in a race to improve their domestic surveillance capabilities, and we see how advanced they are physically and digitally. And the good examples, and you can see smart city is the way that McKinsey frames it, and then they'll help you build your domestic surveillance capability, right? And they talk AI infrastructure and vision applications, but Saudi, Iran, China, the United States, these are like good examples of countries that have really extremely sophisticated domestic surveillance technologies.
Christopher, can I
domestic
ask you one more question? Who's the bigger traitor, the Congress people and the senators and the president who put us $37 trillion in debt, or Edward Snowden? Thank you.
I mean, that is like a what about or this or that. Let's change the topic. Like, we're not even talking about the Congress people, but we could change the topic if you want to go over that.
People like who want Edward Snowden prosecuted are those a lot of the same people who are putting us into massive amount of debt.
I'm not even talking about prosecuting Edward Snowden. I'm talking about supporting him at home if he would have actually been able to go through the process.
I'm just saying Edward Snowden becomes a Pepe, that he becomes a scapegoat for, you know, what you could call the deep state or the establishment, which has essentially created $37 trillion in debt.
Yeah, so we could change the topic. Like, we know that we have problems at home, but I don't think Edward Snowden has anything to do with debt or printing money.
Oh, really? You think that the domestic surveillance system isn't a multi-hundred-billion-dollar surveillance system that, you know, he was working on, you know, through Booz Allen Hamilton? I mean, it's one giant
I didn't
debt.
say what you just said. I've actually already explained the expansion of the surveillance state all the way to Big Beautiful Bill. I'm not sure why you're changing the topic and putting me in the Snowden.
I'm not putting you in any position. I'm just asking a question. I mean, the Big Beautiful Bill, yes, it keeps funding. I mean, what's the name of the National Surveillance Act? Is that what it is? That they have to reconfirm annually? Is it through the NDAA?
I don't remember the exact legislation, but of course our Congress is an issue and completely separate from Snowden.
Well, anyways, you know, the National Surveillance Act, I believe, is annually reaffirmed. And, you know, why does your Congress just keep, you know, annually recertifying it?
Are you not an American?
No, I'm an American, born and bred.
Why is it my Congress and not our Congress?
Well, I'm just making, you know, an editorial, you know, they or we.
Our
But it's
Congress,
our
John.
Congress people.
It is, though, brother.
But we
No, I
vote
agree with
for
you,
our
brother.
Congress people.
I agree with you, brother. But there's like, it's really hard to get around. Like,
Wait, why do you think I'm your brother? I mean, based on your PTR, I am not your brother.
But you don't know anything about my PTR.
I don't like it.
It's just a picture in Chicago back on the 4th of July.
Yeah, you look like an anarchist.
That's not me. I'm not the guy in the picture.
Well, you're representing the guy in the picture by being the speaker of, in the picture. It's your PTR. It should
I'm
represent
not
you.
speaking for the guy in the picture.
Well, look at my PTR. Then look at Mojo's. I think they pretty accurately
What's wrong with
reflect
yours, bro?
you.
I'm from Colorado Springs. We probably got a lot in common. What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying I don't like your PTR. I think it's disrespectful, anarchical, and, looks like an Antifa scumbag.
I'm not judging your PTR for trying to represent multiple national identities. You're the one trying to create separation between us.
I'm just saying we might not be brothers, and therefore, it's not, our congresspeople.
We are though, but you can create the separation. That's up to you, my brother.
Well, did you answer the survey previously? Did you vote for Kamala and Tim Walz?
No, brother. And honestly, I've never been a Democrat, so I don't know why you're.
Well, did you vote for Trump, brother?
Talking to me.
Did you vote for Trump, brother?
I voted for Trump before.
Did you vote for Trump before? You never voted for Trump before, brother?
No, I have.
Oh, so twice. You voted for him twice, brother?
No, I didn't vote for him twice.
All right, well then we're not brothers.
I know you're one of those people that separates yourself from the other parts of society and elevates your own perspective, but you're trying to represent two national.
You might be projecting, brother. You might be projecting there, brother.
How do you split? How do you balance out two national identities? Are you also a dual citizen?
Well, you see, I'm an American, born and bred, but my daddy's side of the family, they Jewish. And so I love Jews and I love
I didn't
Israel.
say shit about religion, bro. I said nation.
Yeah, I know. Israel is the Jewish nation. It's the homeland of the Jews.
So are you American?
I'm American, brother.
Yeah, so we make Americans make room for all these different perspectives. That's one of our values.
We're American.
Exactly. So we got to make room for our brothers that think they need to have multiple national identities as well. I think it's a part of our core values.
I say be who you want to be. If you want to be an Antifa, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword.
I'm not Antifa, bro.
Then what are you, brother?
I think he's a Proud Boy.
I'm not a Proud Boy, but that could have been when I was younger.
Well, what are you now, brother? If you were the king of America and emperor supreme, what would you do for your people, brother?
I've never contemplated an emperor in this goddamn country.
Well, if you were the president...
January 6th? Were you there on January 6th, Christopher?
No, I wasn't there on January 6th.
Well, if you were the president, brother, what would you do for we the people?
All I'm trying to say is I could put a similar picture of Steve Bannon last week, and then people would make that assumption, and then they would say I'm this or that. It doesn't even matter what my picture is if you're not trying to get to know me.
Well, then I'll respectfully, stop asking you any more questions. I did want to ask another question because we do talk about the public debt quite a bit in this room, the unfunded liabilities and the funded liabilities. But what about all that private debt that Americans are contending with?
I don't even say axe. So now you're just being a racist.
No, I'm saying I'm going to ask Grok right now, how much outstanding private debt is there? Meaning credit cards, mortgage obligations, car payments, medical liabilities. What is the total outstanding number of debt in the private marketplace?
What is it, like 5 trillion, 6 trillion?
Yeah. 10 trillion, but a lot of that is mortgages.
Mortgages. Credit is probably about 3 trillion, I bet, consumer credit. But shit, I think my picture's more American than yours is, John.
Really? You think being a black masked vagrant in the street with a middle finger up swearing at police is more patriotic than a man wearing a Trump hat, wearing a book, holding a book that says the Book of the Law with an American flag and a Freemasonic apron and an Israeli flag and a veteran flag? You think your PTR is more patriotic than my PTR?
I do, though. I definitely do, especially since the individual is only representing themselves, not multiple nations.
Well, I got to tell you, I do not like foreign aid, but if there's one country on this planet that I want to send as much foreign aid to, it is Israel, the land of the Jews.
You just contradicted yourself.
Well, I've been to Israel many times, and I know they are surrounded on every sector except the ocean by Islamic terrorists, jihadists that want to kill them and take their land. And therefore, I feel sending at least maybe $100 billion of our NDAA to the Israeli government so they can buy as many weapons as they possibly can and train as many soldiers as they possibly can to defend their country against Islamic, jihadist, Muslim, Mohammedan terrorists.
Yes, and to commit genocide.
No, defend Israel against Mohammedan, Islamic, jihadist
That's
terrorists.
the idealistic perspective on Israel, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, thanks, brother. Thanks for confirming what I'm saying. I'm glad you agree with me now.
No, I didn't say I agree. I understand that you have foreign interest on your heart and that you advocate for sending money to other countries to carry out genocide.
Well, have you ever owned a house that became infected with bed bugs or ants and you had to buy insecticide to deal with, the invasion?
Yeah, brother, I'm not down for that. Humans are not bugs.
No, I agree with you. But unfortunately, when the Palestinians on a weekly basis shoot rockets over into all your major cities for years and years and years, I mean, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's called October 7th. And unfortunately, it's supernova Gaza.
Yeah, that's one way to think about it. But anyways, I normally don't embrace the dual citizen, dual nationality perspective in domestic politics. It's foreign influence, that's all I'm trying to say.
I agree, but I'm just saying, based on the averages.
We do have foreigners that do respect our political institutions and they don't try to lobby them for interest abroad.
Oh, like
so
like Iran, like Russia. You think these countries don't try to buy political influence in this country all the time, every day,
it's a highly competitive
Saudi Arabia,
we have tons of foreign influence coming into the country.
Dubai.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be any different than them, so I'm not even sure why you're saying that.
Well, I'm just American like you, brother.
No, you got two flags behind you. I only got one.
Really, where's your flag? Is it the kafia?
See, who is this guy? He's being a racist, bigot, rude motherfucker, and I've actually never worn a kafia. I'm not Muslim. And you need to watch how you talk around here.
He's a troll, Christopher.
I know, but he's a
Oh, I'm not a troll. I mean, he's slanging some real insults here. I didn't get petty like you and start insulting you the way you're insulting me. You're no gentleman, sir.
Yeah, you just running your fucking mouth, boy.
Well, there we go. You're no gentleman.
I'm not. I never claimed to be. I'm not like you. I'm not fake as fuck.
All right, sir. Well, I respect gentlemen.
I'm sure that we're not in the same league, my brother, so that's good to know.
Well, you, sir, are no gentleman.
And I don't think you have to be Antifa to be on some fuck the police shit. Like, I was never associated with Antifa growing up. I was associated with a bunch of military veterans and former law enforcement and security professionals, and that's where I developed my own viewpoint on fuck the police.
Well, thus, you are associated with some of the lowest IQ people in society today.
No, definitely very smart people that defended the country and also went out and put the badge on and did as good as they could for the American public. And only represented one flag, the American flag. That was the only flag that was allowed in my household.
All or nothing, huh?
No, we were just taught that we were Americans and that America was the priority.
Well, I say America first, Israel second.
Yeah, I never grew up like that, but I understand that some people did.
Well, you're no gentleman, and I really don't like your PTR. I think it's vulgar, immature, unprofessional, and downright disgusting.
That's no problem. I understand that.
I mean, aren't you a
This flag right
contrarian?
here.
You say you come from a family of police officers and military men and women, but yet, you are supporting a PTR which shows a miscreant in the street, a radical anarchist, flipping off the police.
I mean, I would flip the police off too if it was necessary. And I'm not a radical anarchist, so.
Well, is that from the summer of love in 2020 when the BLM stormed all the grocery stores and convenience shops and looted the city, causing chaos and murders everywhere?
It was the 4th of July in Chicago in 2025. No, this flag right here.
When is it necessary to flick off the police, though?
It depends on your politics. This flag right here, this is a picture of a flag that I saw at the Art Museum in Washington, D.C., right down from the Capitol. And obviously all the museums that are institutional and they're free to us because we pay an outrageous amount of money to the federal government. But this flag was in the Art Museum in Washington, D.C. The museum's on Pennsylvania.
So, Christopher, do you think that feeding baby parts to alligators as opposed to just discarding them in the garbage would be a more effective use of abortion?
I don't even understand the structure of that question, but I do get that you're trying to project your worldview by leading the witness.
I'm just saying it's a waste to kill 60,000 children in this country a month and not use the baby parts to feed the alligators.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Are there no moderators left in this room? What's going on here? You're letting John run this show?
I'm just asking, what is a patriot?
Hold on. So far, nobody's violating any rules. We have short shares. Nobody's speaking over each other. Nobody's using the N-word. We're all speaking English. No doxing, no threat. I mean, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty moderate.
Fair enough. And this is entertaining. I just didn't know if y'all were there. Hey, what's up?
Can I just say to whoever said, why would you ever need to give the cops the finger? As a Canadian, we can't do that here. You could actually, in Quebec anyways, you could be arrested for giving the cops the finger. And as a Canadian, that sounds like the most badass, most American thing you could do, is give the cops the finger. And so, as a Canadian, I just can't, I wish I could do that, and you shouldn't say that.
Thank you, Jarl. And we don't live in a motherfucking police state. We ain't subservient to these goddamn law enforcement agencies. So anybody that teaches you that we are is a propaganda.
Well, see, my father was a police officer, and I have served myself in the military. So there's just, proper behavior. I mean, if you're going to protest, be smart about it. Get involved in politics. Do some marketing online. But to go in the street and waste your time flicking off some cop on a midnight shift, you're a fucking loser.
The picture wasn't at midnight, and there was a whole line of police. And it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Dearborn Street.
Great. I'm just saying, if you walk around downtown Chicago in masks, flipping off cops and taking photos of yourself so you can come on a social audio chat app and say how badass you are a loser.
I know, but nobody's doing that here. That's not me in the photo.
I'm just saying, be smart about your protest activities if you want change.
I'm not a protester, but okay, bro.
Okay, sorry, brother. I guess I'm just really inferring.
Yeah, fuck the police. Completely agree.
All right, well, I'm canceling your boat invite tomorrow at noon, Hekima. You can F the police by yourself.
You never saw the location anyway, so cut it out.
Fight the power.
I was going to campaign for you in Rockford. You can cut it. I got a lot of...
Okay, you know what? F the police, Hekima. You know what? I'll put that as one of my slogans. My constituent and campaign volunteer Hekima says, F the police. Do you agree with Hekima?
Just like a politician. Good job.
It's hard to find support these days. That's right, I'm running for Congress. And I thought about this.
That's the gag.
I thought about this today. If I was the leader, what would I do for my people? Well, I'll tell you what I want to do for them. One is I want to lower their taxes, their property taxes, their income taxes. And you know what? I want to eliminate some public debt. And maybe we can eliminate some private debt. Because if I was really interested in the well being of my people, I wouldn't want them to have to pay so much to me, their government.
So, Christopher, in the spirit of, John being, having ambitions for Congress, he is in the spirit, you got to dress the part first, right? So in the spirit of wanting to be an elected politician, like a true politician, he continues to change the subject.
Oh. Now, John, where are you running for office?
In the great congressional district of 16, Illinois. That's Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
Okay, brother, I'm here in Chicago, so I'll look out for you.
Great, brother. Keep going to more protests and keep taking more photos of yourself telling the police to F off so I can give it to Heckham on my campaign manager.
I do got a shit ton of family and friends in Rockford, though.
Well, let's rock out Rockford. They vote Kitover before the financial collapse is over.
Thanks for your service, John.
I'm just trying to figure out, however, Mr. John.
Wait, Nye, before you go, when people say, I want to thank you for your service, I like to say, don't thank me. Thank all the people that died fighting for your freedom in Afghanistan and Iraq and Somalia and Syria and Yemen and maybe the tips of Iran, wherever else this army went. Thank them. I'm here as a healthy, wealthy man trying to get into office. Don't thank me. Thank the dead soldiers who have kept your freedom and liberties possible.
Well, the dead soldiers, my friends and family, but certainly not protecting freedom. But that's a cool narrative that they used to push back in the day.
So, John, I have a question. Let me let Hakima go. Go, no, please, Hakima.
Nah, we talking at the same time. Don't do that now.
I'm just teasing.
I was agreeing with Christopher, that's all. You got it.
I just want to know, who's being called if someone breaks into your house, Christopher?
Ghostbusters. Who do I call if somebody breaks into my house? Well, I grew up in Colorado, so we got the make my day law, so we could just pull our gun out and execute that person on our property without going through any legal proceedings.
But don't you live in Chicago?
I live in a high-rise with security, so nobody's breaking into my apartment.
Do you mind if I ask, do you own a gun, Christopher? Are you a gun owner?
Yeah, but I don't hold any in Chicago. I got them all back in Colorado. Too much liability out here.
I was about to say, in Chicago, I don't think so.
Hold on, I'm in Chicago, Cook County. I got a shit ton.
That's their point, man.
No, I mean, I could transfer them. I just choose not to. I choose to pay for security and the high rise, that kind of shit. That's all. But I definitely agree with you, Hecama.
We got concealed carry out here. What you talking about? There's no ban on guns.
I know, but it's too much liability for me.
No,
but I definitely
I was letting her know because she was acting like this.
Christopher.
I never said there was a ban on any guns, did I? I didn't hear those words come out of my mouth.
Christopher, you had another profile on this app a couple of years ago, right? And I think you did a debate with Peter Schiff.
Yeah, I debated Peter and a whole bunch of other people. I mean, there's so many to name. Sam, the deterministic neuroscientist. Eric Weinstein, who's awesome, by the way. There are so many people.
Did you debate Psalm?
I don't remember that name. There was lots of heads of state.
No, you wouldn't have talked to Sam. Sam's this metrosexual fucking European pop singer guy that it would read from books, and he would be in a conservative clubhouse space, and everybody thought that he had all these original ideas, when he would just read to people. Sam is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. Anyways.
Peter's a nice guy, though. I like Peter.
Yeah, Peter Schiff's great.
So how do you view Peter Schiff? Because to me, he kills two birds with one stone by being an asset manager and say, hey, the economy is going to crash. The dollar's going to go to nothing. Your purchasing power is going nowhere. They're inflating the money supply. Invest with me. Invest in my gold asset management platform. You know, like, do you view him as being uh, just Peter? You know, and like that's the game, and he's very
No,
smart.
John, I agree with your critique. John, I agree with your critique. I brought it up too. But he's still a nice guy.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, technically all communication is hypnosis. So is the Federal Reserve just a communication organization that can happen to wire transfer hundreds of billions of dollars to BlackRock?
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
I mean, I don't think that his see if the status quo is the status quo in the future now, I mean, gold stocks are going to be where they're at right now. Like, there's never going to be some 1000x on, you know, Newmont Mining or Kinross Gold Corp. So I think to like not diversify is, you know, a bad investment approach. But
I agree with you. It's a rhetorical tactic, like you said, to drive people to make allocations with him. But he's good at it.
yeah,
Hey,
he's
Roger. Hey, Roger, I'm disappointed you didn't put my PTI in the running. I think you might want to take another look at my PTI and put it in. I think that's just as patriotic. But I still think Christopher might win, though.
what's amazing about Euro Pacific Capital and Peter Schiff is he makes claims and says things that no other major bank or investment firm can possibly make.
Example.
Wells Fargo wealth advisors would never issue press releases and create podcasts about how the Federal Reserve is creating an artificial, you know, equity bubble and go on and on about taxes and inflation and the value of the dollar, the history of the Federal Reserve. Like, they're never going to create content or discuss any of these things because it's all just branded marketing communication. And so Peter Schiff,
Yeah.
you know, has an advantage there.
So Peter's interesting. I like him a lot, but his dad is the legend. For those of you that don't know his dad, you guys should go read the book, The Federal Mafia. It's one of the best books ever written about why we should push back against taxation.
I'll check it out. And Heckema, are you in Chicago?
Yeah.
We'll have to link up.
I'm in the south suburbs, but we definitely can link up.
Okay, I was on the southwest side earlier today for action that was in Bridgeview, Illinois.
Why don't you guys all meet up at the campaign headquarters for John Kitover?
I mean,
Yeah, you guys can come out on my sailboat for the slip that I can't afford to pay. And you know, this I'm walking away from my boat in October, so we got a couple more months to enjoy the Lady Hawk rent free.
I am not getting on no sailboat with John Kitover. That would not happen.
John, what ship are you in? Which
I'm at Montrose Harbor, and they got a great restaurant
Okay.
there called the Dock Restaurant. And you know, girls are already in the bikinis.
I'm by DuSable Harbor.
Okay, you changed my mind. I show up.
And anyway, how could you not trust John? There's always a camera on him at all times. You're safe.
He might be one of them serial killers that record his victims, so that might be it too.
Nah, that's his subscription service. You got to pay extra for that. That's an experience.
If I
Gets you drunk, then he gets you comfortable.
Yeah, all the videos is like an insurance policy because if I ever disappear, you know, at least I'll be on 30 cell phones still.
John, did you get on the ballot yet?
No, just getting on the ballot is the huge challenge. You know,
I know.
they challenge every single signature, and if you don't actually door knock and have the address list, good luck getting the required number of signatures at grocery stores. It's got to be Republican voters. They've got to be in the database. Their signature has to match perfectly. Their name has to match It is the biggest fucking scam and the most ridiculous obligations they put on candidates to get onto the ballots or the primary. It's
I know
insane.
I got on the ballot in the last cycle, but I took a different approach.
Hey, John, do you know who Mark Rice is?
Yeah, I know Mark, yeah.
Is he like in the same district as you, or no? I know he's also running for Congress too. So.
Yeah, he's running in 13, I think. He ran against Raja Krishnamurti in the last cycle, and Raja won, but Raja's running now for senator, and this guy blankets the airwaves. I mean, he's got $30 million, and he just blankets. Everybody sees this Indian guy holding up his fist saying, "I stand up to Trump. I fight Trump. Resist Trump." I mean, that's the type of messaging he puts out, and he thinks that's what people want to hear to vote for him.
It might be in this fucking state.
Well, what I'm saying is the message doesn't matter. Buying the medium is what matters. Owning the signal, but what you put out doesn't even seem to fucking matter, because that's not a very, that's not a great direct response advertisement. I mean, there's a lot of different messaging he could put out, but instead he chooses to attack Trump in his advertisements.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
That's all you need to do in that state.
Yeah, that's true. At least in the Chicago metro. That wouldn't work in like central or southern Illinois.
See, he's got a lot of Indians. There's a lot of Indians in Chicago, and if you could organize the Indians in Chicago, I mean, that's like millions of voters. I had a friend in high school whose father was a very successful entrepreneur, but guess what his business was? He had a travel agency, and he flew over about 100,000 Indians into the Chicagoland area, resettled them. Amazingly, they got citizenship. He started a radio, he started a newspaper, started an Indian grocery store. So people have made a lot of money on what you might call illegal immigration, but everybody's very successful. They got great families. They're not high in the crime rackets. So, God bless all the Patels and Krishnamurtis, but there's a lot of them in Chicago.
You don't think that the majority of them are H-1Bs?
There's a lot of
majority of them
H-1Bs.
on H-1B visas, John?
No, I think back in the 80s, there was this H-1B visa was bullshit. People just came over, and through immigration lawyers or however they did it, they got citizenship. But they're the best. Who do you think is working for the semiconductor manufacturers, the cell phone manufacturers? It's all these electrical engineers, and a lot of their last names are Patel.
Oh, shit, John. You cracked me up.
Has the Indian population been growing, like, exponentially, like, in the last couple years? Or what's the
Not
trend
exponentially. It's on it's hitting a plateau right now because a lot of domestic U.S. companies have paused hiring for anybody that's not a U.S. citizen. It's even the big Deloittes or Accentures of the world. So it's a plateau, and it was never exponential. It's always been a small minority population in the labor force.
Wait, are you that guy that got let go from Accenture 2 years ago and still doesn't have a job?
No, I've never worked for Big Four consulting.
You're a software developer, right?
No, I'm not a software engineer.
So what do you do?
I'm in the tech industry. I started a technology company.
What does your company do?
It's like a combination of media and hyper-local political risk.
Oh, got it. You got a spam business.
I mean, I'm taking political structures and transforming them into mathematical models. I've got clients on Wall Street, so.
Well, mazel tov. Do you know what the source of income is?
Which source of income?
I'm asking you, what is the source of income?
My source of income?
What is the general source of income?
Alternative data.
So alternative data is the source of income?
For my business, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It's a pretty big market, to be honest with you, and it's global.
Well, how do you increase your income? Does that mean you have to increase your data set?
No, it's more about like extracting the data and supplying it to the consumers in a way that works for their business. Some businesses have less technical competency, so then it's better to supply them with a platform where they can do sort of like drag and drop analytics. And then obviously I'm fine tuning that to whatever use case they have. It's not just financial firms. It could be like lobbying, corporate security, activists, and community
But if
organizations.
you want to increase your income, what adjustments would you have to make?
Adjustments
to your model. If you want to increase your income, what adjustments are you going to make?
It's a startup, so it's unknown.
Got it. Because I read a book about what the source of income is, and so I was just wondering if your thoughts and opinions might align with what I read in what's called a book.
I haven't read that book.
It's called The Book of Income.
I'm sure it's interesting.
It is. It's got a lot of wisdom-based approaches to increasing your income.
Yeah, there's different ways to do it. I get that. But for this, it's more about, can I commercialize novel technology? There's not really a way to predict that. You just take the risk and eat shit, or you don't.
Have you used Polymarket to do any type of data analysis on your income potential?
Have you ever seen Buy versus Buy? Like, remember the old cartoon? That's what this reminds me of right now in this moment. This is like troll versus troll. Like, I am cracking the fuck up laughing right now.
I'm not trolling, though. Maybe John is trolling, but I'm not trolling.
See, people...
Yeah, I don't see Chris trolling at all.
Chris, it's because...
I don't see John trolling at all. Like, he might be known as one, but I don't see him trolling right now.
I know, I'm having some fun here, but you may not call this trolling. This may be, like... I call it like petting, or, I would call this like petting. Petting at a barbecue, of course. Chris, have you ever self-roasted yourself?
You mean like make fun of myself?
Yeah, self-deprecating humor. I mean, have you ever, been the topic of a roast?
Oh, for sure.
Hillary, I need a full-frame camera.
No, Chris, you need to stick a pipe up your ass and out your mouth and stick yourself over a fire.
No, I've never done that.
That's some kind of shit.
Only risk can come with that, though.
Well, he had to pause and think about it because he's so autistic. He's like, does he mean like
Chris.
roast myself or like self-deprecate?
Chris, I recently got an invite to the Bohemian Grove. I'm wondering if you want to be my +1.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a place in the forests of California outside of San Francisco where a group of elites get together to do the care ritual. Do you know what the care ritual is?
Doesn't sound like my style, but I'm not familiar.
It's basically like an invocation to remove all care of the outside world. So when you're in the Bohemian Grove, you're not thinking about what's happening outside of Bohemian Grove. It's called the care ritual.
They also pretend to sacrifice a virgin. I mean, they don't do it anymore, but...
Well, no, because who can find a virgin these days?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, the Mohammedans can, but they start early.
I'm a virgin.
Yeah, I'm just saying the Muslims do, but they have to start really young.
Sorry, autocorrect. What did you mean to say? What percent?
I'm a virgin.
Okay. as one of your best friends, I will absolutely go along with whatever lie you tell me I need to tell to other people. So, guys, she is a virgin. Virgo? Was it Virgo? Okay, no.
You say that, Hillary.
Okay.
I'm a virgin too, Kristen.
I know. You virgins have to stick together.
So I got a question about the title of the room. What is a patriot? I was watching the movie Patriot with Mel Gibson, and I was thinking, like, is patriotism a mental health disorder? Because, he rebelled against that Lord Cornwallis and murdering all these people, but then he's got that asshole guy, the dragoon, who's, a madman. So, like, what is a patriot?
It's kind of subjective though, because one person might say they have a patriot, but by definition, like stand up for your country, fight for your country, but that can, especially in America, can come in different variations. So I don't think there's no one definition of America as a patriot. Well, based on if there was a dictionary definition, I know what it would be, but I'm not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily agree with it.
Well, is George Carlin a patriot? Is who's that other fat comedian, the screamer, Sam Kinison? Are they patriots?
No. I think Frederick Douglass is a patriot.
Lenny Bruce was a patriot.
Muhammad Ali was a patriot.
That's right.
Is Jerry Seinfeld a patriot, or is he a Zionist?
I've never even thought about Jerry Seinfeld's views on nationality.
Well, he's the most successful stand-up comic of all time with a net worth of over $1 billion from the residuals of Seinfeld.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a great comedian. I don't think he's spoken much on national identity.
Oh, really? You didn't know that he's a target of the Free Palestine psychopaths?
No, I'm saying he's a great comedian, and I haven't heard him speak much on patriotism.
Is Ilhan Omar a patriot, John? Is Rashida Tlaib a patriot?
AOC's a patriot.
Rashida's a patriot in her own way. Same with AOC.
What about Ilhan Omar?
She's cool. I don't like her politics much, but if you can step up and run for office and get elected, I'm cool with that.
How come nobody waves anymore when you listen in traffic? What happened to that? Nobody does a little polite, like, thank you, Amy.
I do. All the
Thank
time.
you.
Because
Fucking thank you for that.
That's the way that
You might be in the wrong state or city. It happens some places.
I asked Mojo yesterday, is war just a late-term abortion? And so when I look at the word genocide and I think about eugenicists and the genetics and the destruction of life, I sometimes wonder, is 60,000 U.S. American baby abortions, versus the 60,000 dead children in Gaza, is it not just all a monthly genocide?
No, because genocide is the elimination of a particular sect, race, religion, something like that. And the other is all babies. You're considering all babies. So.
Yeah,
No,
one's a Holocaust.
month to month.
One's a genocide, one's a Holocaust.
Oh, I see. So, like what Stalin said, if the numbers are big enough, they're just statistics. Well, was the COVID-19?
John, when you were talking about CARE, were you talking about the Council on American Islamic Relations?
No, that's funny though. But
That's
no,
what the chat was talking about, so I wasn't sure.
no, the care ritual is something they do at that supposedly Republican conservative retreat. Um, but no,
That's weird.
CARE, the Council on what Islamic Foreign Relations or whatever it is. I'm sure they don't care about America, and a lot of people here they don't like APAC, but there's about 10 other groups that you might not like that do foreign lobbying on behalf of their governments or their terrorist regimes.
I like care.
I bet you do.
I like turtles.
Go banana. That's why I asked you if you knew what 565 times 1,000 was. I needed to do a quick diagnostic, but I know you don't care. You just care.
I'm cool with CARE in Chicago. They're a good group of people over there.
Are there any young Jewish women in that organization?
I haven't checked, but I'll ask them.
Yeah, you ask them.
I'll ask them and see what they say.
All I'm doing now is thinking about the Care Bear and Care Bear cousins and the We Care. Which, by the way, that cartoon was terrifying and I had nightmares for years. Just saying.
You know what else is a genocide? The gun violence in America, in all the major cities.
We have a new poll.
Hillary, this gift is for you and all the other virgins.
Oh my god, I love it! I love it. I love you.
I love you.
Whatever's happening, can you guys just stop?
Wait, what? Why do people think intent?
And we love Rachel and Jennifer.
Roger, she loves you too.
Why do you think intent? Intent is just the thought. It's not even the action. I mean, mass deaths.
It's followed by the action.
I get it. Thought, action, outcome, remain silent.
Intense is where you have sex when you're camping, right?
That was the first place for me. Is my nightly ritual a genocide? Billions of lost opportunities?
No, because only one of them may have possibly reached its goal, and yeah, no, you're good.
What's your nightly ritual, John?
Why?
What do you think it is? It's a positive vibration,
He has a
obviously.
lot of yoga.
It's a positive vibration.
His daily, nightly ritual is to bore people to death. So yes, it would be considered a genocide. In with the breath. Out with the breath.
When you get to either women or the Federal Reserve, you have talked and heard every topic that could ever possibly be talked about on this app.
Give us the breathing exercise, John.
Well, Christopher, maybe you could lead us in a breathing meditation.
That's not my scene.
So you're just always full of anxiety, huh?
That's why he flips up the cops.
That wasn't me, but I wouldn't be afraid to tell the cops to fuck themselves.
Way to bring it back full circle, nonetheless.
100%.
I mean, what kind of a young person goes up to cops and just says, hey, go fuck yourself? Like, what kind of piece of trash are you?
I don't think it makes you a piece of trash. It's protected speech.
Well, what I'm saying is it's projection. So, like, if you're going to call somebody a name, it's really just your self-confidence which is lacking. I mean, a sage, a wise person doesn't, gossip or say anything bad about anybody or do that kind of behavior. Like, are you trying to improve the world example?
That's an ideal. That's an ideal.
Well, don't tell me, show me. And when you flip cops off, you're showing me.
Those cops in your background to F off.
I know. What the they're ruining my recording over here. Could you go save that person's life in the South Side who's dying because there's no shot spotter, and now we don't know how many shootings are actually happening, and now you're claiming that the crime statistics are going down and there's less murders because you got rid of the shot spotter? I mean, come on.
It was a poor implementation of ShotSpotter, though.
Yeah, well, you can't lie and say less people are dying when they put out the shooting and the casualty report every weekend. The numbers aren't going down.
Hey, John, the numbers are down. I don't know what. I meant to say something earlier. You said crime is rampant in Chicago. That's just simply not true. You got spots where it happening, but like saying that crime is up or rampant, that we need the National Guard, I won't say disingenuous, but I just flat out lying.
Okay, let me get you the weekly shooting statistics. Please hold.
Heckama, he don't live in Chicago, so everybody be talking, but they ain't standing here with us. You feel me?
Damn, G. Let me get you those crime stats, Hekima. Please hold.
Yeah, he don't live in Chicago.
When the next wave of police cars and ambulances come driving by, I'll be sure to unmute so you can all hear the crime real time.
Yeah. But the ShotSpotter implementation was poor, and what happens is you map the occurrence of the shot to where you should distribute your police force, but over time the machine learning reinforces the police posture, not necessarily where the occurrence of crime is going to happen, because they haven't been able to come up with a machine learning model that can predict where crime is going to occur. So ShotSpotter really just drives over policing in certain neighborhoods. That's what it does.
That's what it does. I'm lying in the street. I got a bullet in my heart. I'm bleeding all over the street. Somebody call 911. Oh, I dropped my cell phone. Oh, I wish ShotSpotter was here. Oh, it could save my life.
I don't think ShotSpotter saved anybody's lives, but that's good propaganda. Plus, you have to remember, like, it's hard to tell that when there's false positives, because there's only so much that you can do with acoustic technology. So, I mean, there's other things that
Christopher,
positives that aren't even gunshots, like a firework.
Christopher, let me ask you a question. What does the term restorative justice mean to you?
John, you should come into the city. I'll give you my address.
You want me to come in the come?
Nah, come into the city and I'll give you my address. You can talk like that to my face.
Okay, if you give me your address, I'll come over to your house and ask you in the flesh, what does restorative justice mean to you?
Son, you're funny.
Wait, does Christopher know John's backstory history or no?
So Wednesday at the Rodin Library in Chicago on Northwest Highway, 3 Democrat commissioners will be holding an open public gathering to discuss restorative justice.
I have a question. Hey guys.
Hello.
Sorry. The person that says act, why do they do that? Are they making fun of black people that can't speak proper English?
That's exactly what he's saying.
Okay, well, it's tiresome, but I'll leave.
Why'd you say tiresome?
Wait, before you leave, Rachel.
My mom was an English teacher before you start. Okay?
Rachel, before you leave and cast aspersions.
So I just wanted to know, and that's
Rachel, you asked me a question. I'm gonna respond to what you asked.
Right. Well, it's okay. That sounds so ignorant from a politician, in my opinion.
Well, Rachel,
It's very tiresome.
I'm just asking the question, do you control your emotions or does your environment control your emotions? Thank you for considering the question.
I didn't hear the question because I can't get past the grammar.
I'm
Rachel,
asking
John can't even get on the ballot.
I'm asking you a stoic principle here. Do you control your emotions or does your environment control your emotions?
And like I said earlier, I can't hear the question because I'm trying to listen to the.
Okay, listen closely. I'm gonna ask the question
I'm not
again.
going to answer it.
Oh, okay.
You won't
Got it.
interrupt my English.
Well, I needed to confirm you weren't gonna answer it. Otherwise, I was gonna ask it again.
John can't get on the ballot. John, she's coming up and correcting your grammar and your
Not at all.
She
I'm
says
just thinking,
tarsome, like tar feather.
I said tire. I may have had something in my mouth, my retainer spur. I know proper English. I'm not trying to correct. I'm just saying that we have a listening experience sometimes, and sometimes it's just overdone.
The rule of three. It's funny. 3 times. Now either you have to go like 10 times to like really hammer it in, and then it becomes kind of funny again. But no, after 3, I agree with Rachel. You gotta chill for a minute.
No, I agree, but every time people start.
Emojis, right? How Clubhouse limits us from, containing one individual too many emojis. It's very similar along the other line because it's tired.
The first rule about Axe Club is do not ask about Axe Club, otherwise people are going to ask about Axe Club.
But we're not watching the emojis, but we're listening, we're doing other things, and we're just, but carry on.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Rachel. If you were president of the United States, what would you do for your people?
For human beings? I don't know. I have to think about it for a second. I'm not going to be like everyone else and just spit out something. I'm going to have to think about that for a minute.
Well, take some deep breaths, let it go, and say, I am a flower.
Deep breaths. Nothing's going on with me. I'm very relaxed. I just let them
breathe. The quickest way to piss off any woman on the face of this planet is tell that woman to calm down.
Calm down and breathe. It's just, it's just my first interaction. I wasn't trying to be weird or rude, but your first interaction with someone shouldn't be the way that you're trying to treat me.
You've interacted with them multiple times.
And Rachel, he's not a real politician. He's a wannabe. He can't even get on the fucking ballot.
I'm running for the 16th district of Illinois. I'm praying to God that with a few donations from my Clown House friends, we'll be able to hire enough organizers on the ground to get the signatures, to get on the ballot in the primary in March. And it's going to be because I've got this great hidden asset behind me, pushing me to the finish line. That's called Clown House. And I hope you all have a beautiful and happy, positive mojo vibration this beautiful Saturday night.
Like, I am hardcore meditating on it, and I have manifested this for you. Therefore, it is going to happen. Period.
Wait, I have a question for the Congressman. So are you treating this, because I honestly, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know when you're being serious.
Maybe I'm trying to be funny.
No, this is a very serious question, sir. Very serious question. Are you treating this so-called political campaign like a social experiment as you are doing with Clown House, aka Clubhouse? Is this part of a bigger project, like a social commentary about the political system?
I think if you're ever to move up in the food chain or the power structure, you can't just kill 2 birds with one stone. You got to kill 3 birds with one stone, 4 birds with one stone, 5 birds with one stone.
You can just kill 2 birds and then get stoned.
I just want to
feed the birds. I'm saying, what they ever do to you, man? Why's everyone trying to kill birds?
Wait, Christopher, I'd like you to expound on why he can't get on the ballot.
He already explained that he can't raise the financial resources and get the signatures, so he's not going to make it in the primary. He's not going to get on the ballot for the primary.
That's what Obama told Donald Trump, and look where Donald Trump's at right now, Christopher.
No, I'm saying you already told us that you can't get on the ballot.
John, are you taking bets if you're going to get on the ballot or not?
No, I'm not taking any
I'm
bets.
down to put in for the...
You guys can make some bets around it if you want. You feel free.
I already told you, I've manifested. I've lit a candle and everything. So it's in the bag. That's like ticket to bank.
You see, you can't lose. You can't lose when you got nothing to lose. It's the best part about my campaign. My campaign. I'm my campaign manager and the treasurer of the campaign to elect John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. Uh-oh, more police sirens here in Chicago, everybody. Must have been another murder on a Saturday night. Call out the National Guard. How dare you? How dare you?
When's the deadline for the ballot?
He's insane. I love him.
When's the deadline, Joe?
That's a good question. If it's in March, what do you think? Like February, maybe?
I know.
You know, I'd also like to know where I can find the actual ballots because I've been Googling that and I can't even find the ballots that I need to get filled out. No, I'm running for real, but I'm having some campaign issues here because my campaign manager just got a divorce, unfortunately. Yeah, he's not he can't do any work for me anymore. He just got divorced. He's all bent out of shape. Well, Heckema, do you want the job? You want to be my campaign manager? I'd be willing to give you the job as the campaign manager. Christopher, do you want to be the campaign manager here to get John for Congress? A racist crazy dude. You're projecting, sir. You are projecting.
I can't afford to be associated with John.
You know, Heckema, I want to say something personal.
You are a Boris Stein's typical American.
You know, Heckema, you may not believe this.
Person on this fucking app.
Heckema, you.
Following your fucking pedophile fucking prophet and your death.
My prophet name is No Riley.
Yeah, it's also Muhammad and your God.
You know, gentlemen, please, it's Saturday evening, gentlemen. Let's be gentlemen. Gentlemen, please, gentlemen, decorum, gentlemen, decorum, gentlemen. Heckema, you may not know this, Heckema, but I was messy, please.
Everyone meet up. Don't make me read the rules. Go look at the House rules. Reference rule number 5. Thank you.
Go get Larry Rizzolano.
Larry Rizzolano? What about Dr. Vinny Boom Bots?
I said Larry Rizzolano.
You know, Heckema, you may not know this about me, but I was baptized by a black preacher in the YMCA in Evanston. So if you think I'm a racist, but I would let a black man dip me under the water for an untold amount of time and then lay his hands upon me and give me the power of the Holy Spirit, Heckema, you may be projecting when you call John Kitover a racist, sir. You are no gentleman.
Also, Nye, what
You're such a projectionist, Heckema. After what I just said to you, you can't even consider what I just said.
What's that, Rich?
Are we using the classical definition of racism in the belief that one's race is superior to another? Or are you using the power and all this kind of liberal shit?
No, I'm saying the fact that he doesn't.
No, wait, he's addressing me. Hold on.
He doesn't drop the N-word like.
Hakima, shut the fuck up.
That's what I was saying. No, Rich, I was just saying, I thought I heard you call out Hakima for being racist, and I said, I don't know, Rich. There's some rumors that you've been saying some, pretty racist things across social media too. So, pardon me, Seattle, perhaps.
Mojo had stated that they wanted to say the N-word, and then I used the South Park joke and said, "Could you use that word?" And I was kicked from the room.
Well, no, that's not what I was talking about, but I'm not even going to bring it up because I'm going to follow the house rules, sir. I don't want to be kicked out of the house. So, it's not even that important. It's all good. I don't want no smoke with you, sir. It's all good.
Let's start a riot.
You know, during the March 2020 BLM riots in Chicago, the Walgreens near me was broken into, and looters were running in and out and raiding that pharmacy. And as a local leader, I grabbed my cell phone and stood there and filmed them looting the Walgreens. And I was absolutely appalled at how people, when the country's down on their luck with a global pandemic, scamdemic, they would break into a Walgreens to steal all kinds of products out of the pharmacy. Shameful.
Hey, John,
You didn't need a bag to fix it. We're going to do that on Tuesday.
hey, John, you probably would have been fine with the Boston Tea Party. So who cares? You know that shit.
Heck, if
John,
I don't,
Walgreens wasn't available. If they got Walgreens, where did you get your herpes cream from that night?
heck, if I don't know shit, how much do you know?
How?
I know enough to know you don't know shit.
I hurt for you, babe.
And by the way, Moose, I'm sorry to hear about your herpes infection, but it's definitely a projection.
No, you went to Eastern, right? Michigan. No, I went to the very artsy liberal school, Columbia College in Chicago. Okay, you belong with them, sorry. Yeah, there's a couple of guys on Clubhouse I'm discovering.
Well, they have to go. They're the only one. It confuses me. I have one. I love her. She's awesome. And all the rest can go. Bye, night.
Please don't get the other guys confused with me, please, Lord.
Tell you what, Heckman, maybe this is something we can agree on. Do you know who Slappy?
I love the trigger too. Heckama.
I'm just saying, I'm talking about Slappy White. I don't know if you know who Slappy White is, but he's a famous comedian, and he too ran for Congress. Well, I thought we were going to go hang out on the boat tomorrow and have a cocktail.
So I just
No drinking on the boat.
So I just read this poll, and I just want to say you hoes are disrespectful. Brother Hakima obviously should be at 100%. John, you just got here. Hakima has been around. Y'all are disloyal. That's all I have to say.
Wow, look at this. I can't believe I'm losing in the polls here.
What the hell is John? Isn't he just a character that showed up this week? How long have you been on the app?
5 glorious years of listening to the most interesting conversations.
Oh.
I didn't even see it for a while. I'm waiting in something for now.
Yeah, I had to vote for Hakima just because we're from the same part of town. Kind of, sort of. We're both from the Shine, basically.
So I'm gonna
John, I mean, I rock with you, John, because I think you're funny as hell. But because of out of loyalty, I had to vote for Hakima. But John,
That's okay.
You would have gotten my vote. Christopher, I don't know Christopher. I know he's new to the room. I like that you stood on business with John. But yeah, Hakima, you got my vote, sir.
I
refused to vote because there was no woman in there. So, yeah.
I just changed my vote. I voted for that.
So misogynist, right, Hillary?
I'm
Well, I'm
saying.
from Chicago. If I was on there, I would have just voted for me.
Right? Why was I not on there? You got my vote, 9.
Edmund, who is this white man in your PTR?
That's me. I'm standing in front of an American flag, an Israeli flag that has a Freemasonic apron, a keffiyeh, and a Hindu garb, and I'm holding a book called the Book of the Law, and I'm wearing a Donald Trump MAGA hat and a black golf shirt with a peppered out beard.
That's
Much thought went into that pose.
So, Edmund, why aren't you out there, like, breeding or something? Like, why are you...
I'm going to Emerald Island tonight and the Serbian Fest to breed. What do you mean?
Okay, because you should have a woman. Like, it's important. The birth rate in the country has gotten low, so we need the whites to start reproducing.
I'm gonna help you out with that tonight because the Serbian Fest has some of the most beautiful women in Chicago you've ever been.
Go knock on doors, start campaigning, and then maybe you'll meet a woman when you're knocking on doors. Maybe she'll run away from her husband.
Are you projecting again, Moose?
I'm running for office.
Did your wife leave you, Moose?
Wow. I'm sorry that happened to you. These people have no soul.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, mother. Thank you.
You know.
Wait, and I laughed. Did that really happen to you, Moose? Your spouse ran away with a...
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys are awful.
Mother, you're awful.
Don't ever share intimate things on this app, y'all. Red one.
I was gonna say, don't step on this particular stage if you can't take me.
I'm crazy.
Mother, when was the last time a man broke your heart?
Oh, I usually do the break-in.
So you're a heartbreaker. You're not a heartbroken. I thought you're a heartbroken kind of guy.
That's not the kind of breaking I'm doing, but sure.
Wait, I thought mother was a homosexual.
So, no, but jokes aside, I actually have never been broken up with. I've always been the person romantic. I don't know why that is. I just have never.
Is mother like another Adam?
Does that make you an alpha mother?
That doesn't sound like Adam's.
What does that have to do with being an
No,
alpha?
you have like that gay sin, that gay affliction.
Stop hitting on my friend's mother, okay? Seriously.
That's homophobic, man, and that's bigotry, and that violates rule number 6.
I mean, I don't think that's accurate, but whatever.
So,
Don't worry, mother, we've got your back.
mother, what's your last name? Superior.
Modern man, that's all it is. I was gonna say like there's straight men on the side, but that thing has a high pitched voice. That's not that pitch.
Do it again.
Please do. I can't. It's like the high pitch.
So, this is a question for Christopher, Moose, and Mother. Who do you think is the most liberal out of the three of you?
Christopher, Chris, and Mother. But I don't know Chris.
Chris, Mother, and Moose. Who do you think is the bigger liberal
Oh,
out of the
definitely
three of you?
Moose. I'm actually not that liberal, to be honest. I consider myself moderate right.
Moderate right. Moderate right.
He's only liberal when he's breaking up with someone.
If I wasn't a faggot, I'm pretty sure I'd be a full-blown, but like far left Republican. But the homosexuality pulls me towards the center a little bit.
So wait, Moose, are you gay?
Pun intended.
Moose, do you think you're more liberal than Christopher?
My attorney has advised me not to answer that.
Christopher,
I don't really know Christopher super well. So Christopher, what is Christopher's like positions? Like is he on the far left?
he's a far left anarchist.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not, but okay.
Well, what are
He
you?
sounds like a patriot to me.
What are you, Christopher?
I mean, everybody tries to describe my politics and nobody can plant it, so I don't really.
Okay, let's go down the list. All right, how do you feel about abortion?
I guess libertarian.
How do you feel about immigration? Let's go to the big five: immigration, abortion, taxes, Trump. Big four. I missed one.
You can't pin down Christopher. He can't get
All right,
pinned down.
I'll answer my own questions, right? I believe in strict borders and I'm pro mass deportations. I fucking hate Donald Trump. I think he's a racist piece of shit. Taxes, I believe in low taxes. What was the other one I asked about? Oh, abortion. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Killing babies. That's not my problem. You do what you want with your body.
Do you think instead of discarding the baby parts and storing them in oil barrels or burying them, that they should be fed to alligators, and so we don't waste any of the baby parts as nutritional supplements?
Okay, that was a little, I was a little bit graphic how I explained it, but here's my view. I'm anti-abortion, but it's not really my main issue because I'm a fag, right? I don't want to have this problem. I'm not going to get an abortion. I'm not going to get any woman pregnant. It's not really my number one voting topic, so that's how it's better to describe it.
Wait, Congressman, aren't they already using the discarded baby parts in stem cell research and adrenochrome?
No, according to Grok, they are not selling baby parts, and those Project Veritas videos are all doctored and fake news, according to AI chatbots.
Wait, Chris, now it's your turn. What are your views?
It's too simple.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we rest our case that Chris here has failed to deliver on his promises. Can't even give you a basic explanation of his fundamental principles. Who here thinks that borrowing and spending more is a good idea? Who thinks increasing property taxes and income taxes is a good idea?
in here, but the president, the U.S. Senate, and the Congress are.
And you can't, which party's worse with the budget argument falls flat because both of them suck for the most part. And honestly, Democrats tend to do better at the federal government level with deficits than Republicans do. Like, this fucking big, beautiful bill is going to blow up the deficit by $4 trillion. Like, I don't know, we can't really be like, Democrats are financially irresponsible. We're about to blow up the deficit ourselves. I think it's a little silly.
Well, too bad Christopher left the room because I'm sure he could have educated us about the importance of flicking off cops and telling them to go fuck themselves.
That's America. That's the American way. Fuck them. They only have a job. Fuck them. They don't like it, find another job.
I'm just gonna say, I do shout out to the Miami Police Department. They do an excellent job. I think they do great.
Well, look at
Also, my friend was a cop in Chicago, and he got shot 7 times in the going responding to a call on the South Side. So, cops generally have a soft place in my heart.
Exactly. People like Hekima, I can't believe that they would say things like that about these warriors of our society who are battling the criminal element, the ruthless gangs that are robbing, murdering, stealing, killing, distributing fentanyl, destroying our population.
Come visit Houston for 5 minutes. Seriously, it's like drive from one side of town to the other side of town and tell me if you still have any respect for police after that. I've always had respect for police until I moved to the city and needed the police. And never there. Now, you commit a crime, and it's you, then you'll always be there. But, no, I'm kidding. Like, literally, you can do a drive-by or walk-by in this city, and, like, nobody cares. My car, I got carjacked. They were so irritated at me that I called the police and had them come down to do a report. I was carjacked at gunpoint, and they were so pissed off at me because I didn't go to the website. There's a goddamn website because there's so much carjacking that they don't even want to deal with it. It's like, just fill out a piece of paper on the left. That's it. That's all I gotta do.
I called an officer complaining against my neighbor when the police department sent 2 officers to knock on their door. Like, I don't know if maybe Miami police was just doing the event with free time, but they actually do a pretty decent job.
Police get shot, they shut down the fucking city. This motherfucker life is more than respect for him. Like you got shot in Atlanta, I don't agree with it, but it's part of your job.
Part of your job?
They should get the same penalties that every fucking guy that shot. You want to shut down the fucking city for the police, shut it down like anybody else.
If you don't agree with Hekima, change your vote now to John Kitover, your favorite person from Chicago on Clownhouse. If you don't agree with fuck the police, murder the police, it's part of your job, fuck them. Vote for John now. Who here is going to vote for anarchist Hekima versus Republican John Kitover?
I might have to change my vote, bro.
So, like, who take it? What's he voting?
Hey, go with your heart, man. Go with your heart.
John, look at the silver lining. You only got 32% of the vote, but that's 32% more than you'd get in the congressional run. Oh, look at that, 38.
You know, if you are a prophet or you can predict the future, I'm praying to Hashem Rabbana Shalom right now, this beautiful Shavua Tov, that we can reverse the spell you just cast with a victory. An anarchist who'd like to see the police shot and unfunded and
That's not what he
disbanded.
said. Don't twist his words. He doesn't say anything.
Hekima, should we fund the police with more money or should we defund the police? All right, well, that's a smart answer. So, do you think spending, $10,000 a year on the average Medicare, Medicaid recipient, do you think that person receiving that money from the federal government in the form of doctor services, hospital services, do you think they might want to opt out and say, you know what, just send me the money, $10,000 a year, I'll take the 10K versus getting the Medicare, Medicaid. How many people on the rolls of Medicare, Medicaid do you think would opt out and just ask for the check?
I mean, medical expenses, everyone pretty much knows that they basically pile up in the last 10 to 15
No, I'm saying Medicare, Medicaid at $2 trillion a year. That if at 10,000 per person, people would opt out and just rather have the fucking direct have a check instead of saying I get to go to the hospital to see my doctor. A lot of people would rather just have the money.
I don't know. Maybe not people with chronic illness. 10,000 can go pretty fast, and then you're still stuck with medical bills.
I
And
think
doctors
you'd be
visits and
surprised.
prescriptions.
I mean, it's a real survey question.
Maybe.
I mean, $10,000 doesn't go as far as it used to. You know, like it really can go relatively quickly. I agree with Ed Wine.
I'm just
That's
saying.
like what 4 or 5 doctor's visits a year. You're around a couple thousand already.
Well, new payers would definitely want to opt out.
59% of Americans can't afford $1,000.
There you go. So probably half Medicare, Medicaid would rather to stop receive services from the state, and they would rather just get the check direct from the federal government. I'm just saying it's wealth redistribution, but it's not to you. It's to your doctor or your local health insurance provider or the hospital group or big pharma. A lot of people would rather have that federal funding sent to them directly. Is there an opt-out button here?
You can essentially have that argument for everything. People would want to opt out of the military, opt out of sending weapons to Israel, opt out. That's not how the federal government budget works,
Well, they're getting rid of Social Security. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary and head of the IRS, they've already allowed, and they are forcing newborn children to get involved in the S&P 500 through an index share purchased on behalf of the federal government for your new baby. And guess what? That's the back door to getting them out of the vicious cycle of the scam Ponzi scheme known as Social Security.
Nobody trusts the federal government to appropriately control these funds that they're supposedly setting aside. Isn't that how we got into the same fucking problem right now? We expect the federal government is magically going to become fiscally responsible with this new program that they're rolling out. They're going to use that money as a piggy bank at some point down the road, whatever the fuck they need it.
You know how crazy it is? Somebody said, what was it, 51 or 59%? He said Americans have $1,000 less.
59. I think he said 59.
Forbes has it 28%, 70% in other studies. There's another study that has 57%, and another one has 21%, and another has 59%. There's 40%. So all over the place.
Are those numbers medical emergency or emergency in general?
Just emergency $1,000 fund. And savings. All of them. Yeah, I asked how many Americans have $1,000 in savings. So 21 to 70%.
So rich now.
Well, Cardinal Health, Aetna, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, United Healthcare, they got a profit margin to maintain, and they're the middleman coming in between you and exceptional quality and care at your local medical family practitioner's office. Let me ask the room a question. Do you think a physical therapist can provide better health outcomes or a vaccinologist pediatrician?
I say we all pray about it, and then it'll all go away.
You want to pray the vax away?
I want to pray it all away. Everything, all of it. I hear that's how it works.
Who here experienced incredible health benefits from getting the COVID-19 vaccine and boosters?
I guarantee you took the shot, not just.
I never took any of those fucking shots. I've never had a flu shot in my life. Not as an adult, maybe as a kid with my parents.
Yeah, I didn't take the shots. The juice
Yeah. Why the fuck would I take a flu shot? I get sick once every 3 years, and I get them all fucking cold.
Listen.
So I take mine from side, so I got all flu shots, and I'm still alive. Like polio? Yeah. Yeah.
You know, mother. You know.
I didn't. We were not talking about polio. We're talking about flu.
Do you know why they did the COVID-19 vaccine cards on paper? I figured this one out the other day. My friend forged my COVID-19 paperwork so I could get into Wrigley Field to see a Cubs game or to see a concert. But do you know why they put it on paper as opposed to creating an actual digital database?
Why?
Because they didn't want tracking because of all the adverse effects. That would actually give you the data.
The government made the vaccine manufacturers exempt. That logic doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense.
Protected by law.
Imagine if they were able to do what's called statistics. I'm sure some of you took a statistics class in college, figured out standard deviation. I'm pretty sure if there were adverse effects and you actually had a large data set, it could be what they call helpful in figuring out whether or not the clot shot was a positive health benefit or what's called a negative health benefit.
It doesn't matter whether it was positive or negative. They're not going to get sued because they're protected by the federal government. They passed some legislation about it.
I'm just saying, inquiring minds like big data. Maybe you've heard of data sciences. It's supposedly pretty important, like forensic accounting, to figure out where all the waste, fraud, and abuse is.
That's not really what you use forensic accounting for, but that's fine. Usually government entities have a pretty straightforward annual budgetary process. It's usually publicized to the public. You don't really need a forensic accountant to do that, but anyway.
Hey, John, how are you anti-vax, particularly COVID vax, before Trump, who created it?
It's George Bush. I saw the leaked documents about how Operation Warp Speed was actually developed under the Bush administration. Uh-oh, it's another... The police are here.
But Trump is taking credit. So forget all this.
Oh, I know, I saw that. People are very upset about what he said.
So how do you support Trump and he's taking credit for creating the vaccine? I'm
Well, how do you support Bill Gates? How do you support Fauci? How do you support any of these people?
I don't support none of them. Not one of them, not one of them.
Well, I say arrest Fauci and arrest Bill Gates and arrest Mark Zuckerberg.
Wait, you supported Biden and Harris, and they both fucking support fucking Fauci.
I didn't vote for Biden. What are you talking about?
You love fucking Harris and Biden.
I went there vote for Biden. If Biden would
You like Harris, and Harris is cut from the same cloth.
If Biden would have stayed on the ticket, I would have voted for probably normal, probably. But I wouldn't have voted for Biden.
Yo, Huck, what do you think were the greatest three things about the fucking, what's the dumb bitch, man, I just said her name, fuck, Trump, Harris. No,
I have none of that. I won't answer that question, but you call out a name like that for no reason.
What, that Harris is a dumb fuck?
Donald Trump is the dumb bitch, it's not common.
Another classic example of projection by Hakeem. I wanted to point out that somebody in the chat wrote, John Kitover has dozens of phones and has them recording a lot of clown house rooms like a weirdo. Go to youtube.com/John Kitover.
And first off, it's not dozens. He's got at least 30. Okay, give him credit where credit is due.
He has 50.
50, easy.
I'm saying.
Yeah, Edmund is the prime
Dozens.
example
Amateurs.
Being totally desensitized to crazy on this app, because I remember everybody used to give a hoot about it. Now, nobody gives a fuck. Whatever he wants to stream to YouTube, what? I don't give a fuck.
I'm normalizing my behavior by normalizing my behavior.
I do think you're unstable, because it's fucking weird. But, I just don't care enough to make a
Are you serious? Unstable? Do you know how consistent I am at doing this? This is a lot of work and no one else is doing this valuable research and service. I am literally giving you the best of Clown House. I'm giving you an inside look from my perspective from YouTube so you can find out all the content that you're missing out on here on this dopamine addict app known as Clown House.
You mean that you're aware podcasts exist? Like, people know that podcasts exist. Like, this is pretty much just like a ghetto version of a podcast on Spotify.
What I don't understand is...
Do you have an issue with him recording terrorist rooms like a nurse?
Well, before we go down that route, what I don't understand is if I literally just record what I'm doing on Clown House, which is having a conversation with you or listening to you have a conversation, why is that any different than even being on Clown House? It's the same stupid shit. That's what my point is. I'm just recording the same stupid shit that you're talking about. It's totally a waste of time. I agree with you.
They're literally recording it with their minds, through their hearing.
It's just people object because they don't want this living on other platforms. But, I don't understand why you want this, waste of time to be in your life to begin with. So I consider myself a psychological researcher into, human behavior and human thought processes.
Oh, delicious.
Well, I think you're a wild character. I mean, I've described you in this room previously as a cross between Rain Man and a Black Mirror episode. I don't know, for some odd reason, I'm a fan of John. I think you're insane. But I also think you are quite possibly a mad genius because of this social experiment you're conducting that we're all willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly a part of. I almost feel honored to be slightly
Well, you might want to consider changing that vote. Go ahead, NY. You can change that vote to John K. from Heckema.
Hey, until you can't start talking N-words,
Oh, yeah,
No, I do not, Heckema. I do not say the N-word. I literally say N-word, but never the N-word. Come on now.
Yeah, he never uses the N-word. I've never heard John.
You are full of shit, Heckema. You are full of
You're a
shit.
fucking liar, Hakema.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
You're doing the fucking Adam shit where you just lie trying to fucking discredit somebody.
I never lied on the guy.
Listen, Heckema, do you even use...
This is the equivalent of Adam saying, "Oh, this motherfucker was in my back channel trying to get at my booty hole and clap my cheeks." Like, and nobody fucking.
Heckema, I don't even use profanity.
I've heard John say the N-word like 100 times.
I very rarely use
John
profanity.
one time.
Very rarely do I use profanity.
Adam, not too much on Adam.
I bet Mojo heard it before. I bet
Mojo, have you ever heard me say the N-word?
Roger, have you ever heard him say the N-word? Roger's listening.
Nope, and you haven't. No, I will give $100,000 to anyone here who can produce a video of me saying the N-word.
Wait, don't you have all your fucking audio already recorded?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I live stream myself on the internet all day long. So maybe if you want to go back and try to find the N-word moment, maybe you could be right. But I don't think you're right. But you might have to go back 100,000 hours to find out the truth.
But that's really easy. All you got to do is cut and paste the links into Notebook LM, and then put the keyword that you're searching for, and it'll come back and it'll tell you if it was there or not.
That's like telling the police to investigate, same thing.
I'm willing to
I
bet.
love that Christy in the chat room. Christy, I'm laughing so hard over here. Christy wrote, "This app has to be in the late stages of dying."
No,
We're a zombie at this point. It has been killed, it has been stomped, it has been resuscitated and brought back, killed again, and now it's just looking for brains, unfortunately.
All right. I want to pose a question to the room. Everybody that's in the room. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever heard John Kitover say the actual N-word, not just N-word. And put a 2 in the chat if you say that he's never said it.
Now again, the real N-word.
He's never said it. I can say that I've never heard him say it, but I can't say if he's never said it his entire existence.
Exactly.
No, we're just talking about on the app. We're saying on the app.
I have a feeling you probably said it simply because, wasn't it like a couple days ago or a week ago you were complaining about DEI and some epiphany you had working with black women and you had a...
Hey, ask JB tomorrow. Me the one with JB is here. He heard it.
You are so full of shit, Heckema.
JB, hold on, Hakima, you're violating the rules. You're bringing in drama from other rooms. Yes, you did. You said to bring in JB from another room. Hey, I'm not a moderator.
Well, listen, I do live stream myself.
Trying to bring forth drama from another room.
Hakima, I live stream myself.
Violation of the rule.
Hakima, the fact that I live stream myself, the fact that I live stream everything I say in here on this app, there is no way that I'm going to sit here and use the hard R N-word. It's just a fact, Hakima.
So what about with the A? You never said with the A?
Saying axe all the time, that's not saying the N-word.
Okay. Thanks for admitting that you said it. Thank you.
What is
No, I never said it, and I don't say it. And I will repeat for you. I live stream everything I say and everything I hear on here. If you think I said a hard R N-word, I encourage you to go back through all my videos and try to find somewhere where I say hard R N. I never do. And again, I live stream everything I say in here.
How to look for it.
I wasn't there going to see a video.
Well, Hillary's already.
Well, then you're making a baseless accusation that I use the hard R N-word. It's just not true.
Hillary has already explained how to actually search and find it really quickly.
I get no satisfaction, nor do I like hearing people use the hard R N-word on here and use profanity and vulgarity, because I do record a lot of stuff, and I'd like the recordings that I make to be a little more professional than people who want to use vulgarity, racism, and profanity. It's outrageous, and it's low IQ.
I think the worst word I've ever heard John say is this is fucking clown house. It's fucking crazy.
He's literally saying it without the ER. Hey, he's literally saying he said, hey.
No, not really,
He doesn't
no.
even use it as a pejorative towards somebody. He's just saying the clown house is fucking crazy.
Okay. I ain't couple clowns. I don't.
No, it does not give me dopamine shock jock value to say the soft A or the hard R, but I have made many jokes about the N-word being a word you cannot use.
You know, if it was so prevalent, John, you know, that came up just call Mike and he'd be like, oh, well, it was this one situation. He would, like, explain when you actually said it, but he can't.
No, I think Heckema is projecting here, and he uses the N-word all the time. How many times a year do you think you use the N-word, Heckema? Really? I've heard you use the N-word many times.
No, you never heard that.
I have. I have you on recording using the N-word all the time.
Pull it up.
Okay, please hold. Okay, May 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 6 times in less than 3 minutes. June 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 18 times in less than 6 minutes. And you used the soft ah version of the N-word variant 7 times. July 4th, 2025, on Independence Day, you used the hard R N-word. You see, Heckema, we can both play that game, but I got the records. I got Motown now, and the Clubhouse soundtrack records are mine. You can't claim copyright ownership of these beautiful babies. This Clown House record is going super platinum, gold, and silver. Thank you, Dr. Heckema.
Somebody in the chat said this is a racist room. Actually, it's not. We're just fun.
Yeah,
We make fun of a certain race, the human race, constantly.
Jazzy is the most racist person on this app.
You're projecting.
How I believe that one race is superior to another race. I mean, maybe you're using this fucking liberal progressive, you know, version where you're like, oh, well, white people, you know, black people can't be racist because they don't hold power in society. I mean, maybe you're using that to like define us as racist. But like the ideal of the classical definition that one person believes that a race is superior and another race is inferior, I can attest that I don't think John or I, either of us fucking believe.
Well, Heckema, is it?
Okay, so let me ask something. So if you call black people, if you're not black, and you call a black person any variation of the N-word, whether it's the ER,
no, that's not racist.
Is that racist?
No, I just told you the classical definition that a person would have to believe that one race is superior and or inferior.
Okay, well, never mind the classical definition. What about the Clubhouse definition?
Oh, I don't believe in the Clubhouse or the liberal progressive, you know, all black people don't hold power, so they can't be racist, all that kind of shit.
Nah,
like,
even if you hold on.
You guys can all go into the Chillism room and listen to fucking Lion's Eye and talking about how blacks, which he calls her Hebrew Israelite, are superior in every which way. And white people are demons and dogs. Oh, okay. Sorry. Hakima's right, because he did the same thing, and I'm guilty of it. There are people on this app who do that. That's what I should have said.
You know, Hakima.
And those people who are black who do that are racist because they believe that whites are inferior.
Hakima, let me ask you this question. When the mayor of Chicago said that in 1997, a heat wave that killed 700 people in Chicago, he claims that that is a racist event, that white structural racism and supremacy is responsible for a heat wave. Do you think that type of rhetoric is actually reverse racism?
I would have more context of what he said. I don't think he just made it up.
Well, he says that housing in Chicago doesn't have central air, so you have to have a window unit like I do in my shitty asshole apartment. So what I'm asking is, when he claims that white people and white supremacy is guilty for a heat wave killing 700 people in 1997, to me that stinks of bigotry and reverse racism and politicking.
When Trump said on TV the other day that Soleimani was responsible for 92% of the deaths and injuries in Iraq and stuff. I mean, I guess politicians lie.
Well, how do you know what
Because he taught
Soleimani
everybody
did?
how to build fucking IEDs. And the majority of deaths in Iraq were due to IEDs. What are you talking about?
Well, I asked Grok how many people.
If I teach everybody on the stage how to build an IED and you go use it, then I would be responsible for that.
Well, how do you?
Yeah, if you have no idea how to build an IED and I set you down and train you how to build an IED, and you build 1,000 IEDs and blow up fucking U.S. soldiers, then I'm responsible. How's that not
They're putting him with 500 deaths. 500 deaths.
Yeah, because he trained dozens, if not hundreds, of fucking people to build IEDs.
So wait, do you think Trump killed Soleimani because he's a racist?
Who said that?
Well, we're talking about racism here, and you're bringing up how Trump assassinated Soleimani in a rocket strike because he's responsible for all these IE deaths in Afghanistan.
I said nothing about his death. I brought up how politicians lie. What I brought up.
It wasn't a lie.
Well, did Obama lie when he said they dumped the body of Bin Laden off the back of an aircraft carrier into the ocean? Is Obama a liar?
John, do you think if Adolf Hitler, trained the Third Reich and all the military and shit like that, it ran and orchestrated the entire fucking Nazi party? Do you think he's responsible for the death of 77 million people globally? Or do you think it's just every individual is responsible for those individual deaths? No, it's the person who fucking led them into fucking battle.
Well, millions of Germans are responsible for the Holocaust.
Yeah, Soleimani trains fucking people how to build IEDs, and you're like, he's not responsible for the deaths. Would they then turn around and use IEDs to blow up fucking...
Well, I don't know what Soleimani did and didn't do with regards to those
He was one of the
IEDs.
greatest fucking IED builders and trained fucking, tons of people how to build IEDs. So it's like...
Okay, is an IED like a landmine? I'm trying to follow the conversation.
Improvised explosive device.
Okay, thank you.
Well, how Hekima is bringing up a far right.
I think Hillary thought that it was one of those implantable.
I thought it was a new presentation type thing. I was like, ooh, what's that?
No, it's pipe bombs. Pretty much it is.
Well, let's just confirm this quickly. Hakima, what would be the number amount for every ADOS in the country in order to settle the restitution or the payback? What is it called again? Reparations. What's your number? Is it 1 million, 10 million, quadrillion? Like, what's your real, go-to number here?
Wait. It's a debt that's owed.
I'm only answering... Okay, Roger, I just want to say I'm only answering Trump because Trump gets lumped in with Israel, racism, and COVID. So I think we should all vote Trump. The poll.
Sorry, I was driving.
No, you're good. Yeah, what is the most popular clubhouse topic? Racism in Israel.
Yeah, everyone please respond to the poll. If you can't see the poll, you probably don't have the latest update of Clubhouse. So you can go update the app, and then you can see the poll, and then you can more fully participate.
You know why racism is the number one topic is because it is the absolute opposite of transcendence or higher level consciousness. Thus, racism is the lowest hanging fruit on the totem pole to play the communication game with.
Damn, I agree with you.
It's basically because it's opposites. Transcendence is like the spirit, and race is an animalistic consciousness.
Who's saying you should come up?
Because the brain is pink, right? I mean, like everybody's brain color is the same, but the exterior features just don't have the same color.
Yes, but mine is all nice and smooth. See, I work it out to make sure that I've got no wrinkles in it. I do it by coming on Clubhouse. That's how I make my brain wrinkle free.
Really, it's like taking a smash hammer to a brain.
Mine is smooth and virginal.
Yeah, we don't need none of that gray, wrinkly stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I have a question. So if I say fighting Asians, does that mean that I hate Filipinos?
Wait, if you said what?
Fighting Asians. Like Vietnamese, Thai, Cambodian, Laotians, all these different groups that are considered fighting Asians. Does that mean that you hate those people?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't.
Oh, cool.
I don't know what. If you're saying fighting as in fights to fight,
Yeah,
fighting.
fighting. Like well, you have math Asians
Like
and
Fight
fighting
Club?
Asians. No, you have math Asians, which are Chinese, Taiwanese, Koreans, Japanese, people from Hong Kong, Singapore. Those are math Asians.
So wait, is this traditionally a derogatory term? Like the N-word?
I don't know if it's derogatory. I mean, most Asians would agree with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's mostly a way that comedians ask people within the Asian community when they spot somebody in the crowd. They're like, wait a minute, are you math Asian or fighting Asian? They're like, oh, I'm fighting Asian. Which means they're Filipino or Thai or.
Well, listen, if the culture of the community is not offended, then I suppose I have no dog in the fight. I won't try to come check you if you refer to an Asian as this term. If they don't care,
What if part of the community is offended by a term?
Why are we worried about hypotheticals?
No, it's literal.
I mean, listen, part of the black community doesn't like the term N-word, but I don't want to sleep over it,
Yeah, but there's a lot of black people who are like, yeah, that word has no power. Like KP, SIG.
Yeah, some black people feel that way, and some black people have a fuck around and find out kind of attitude when it comes to that word. Some people, they have a brush the dirt off of your shoulders kind of attitude. Some don't care, so, I mean, I guess it really comes down to the individual because, as I'm sure you know, black people don't all think the same. And
Yeah, they're not a monolith, yeah.
exactly. So it's just really individual. I guess it becomes a problem specifically on this app when you think certain people are cool and you see them in black spaces and rocking with black people and chilling with black people, but then when they're not around black people and they go into other rooms, then their true side comes out. Then they're
Oh, you mean Bima.
black people, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know about me.
Hey,
Consistent.
The problem is, like...
Wait, I have a question. Am I consistent in my views, in my words and opinions?
Steven is talking.
The problem is when people would say something like that, or something, not necessarily that word, but other hateful thing, they wouldn't say in real life.
Oh, God, you always fucking say that.
Can I finish? That's the main problem right there when the person came. When they're cowards, they would have had a microphone on an app and say hateful shit that they wouldn't dare say that me or nobody else in public. Not because they're scared, but that's out of general respect. Is that humans don't act like that. Now you're subhuman and you want to run around seeing hateful slurs, then go for it. Fuck around and find out.
You always make this lame ass fucking attempt at an argument. Like, if you stood in front of me right now, you wouldn't say it. The fuck I would. I'd choke the fucking life out of somebody if they fucking tried me. I'm not saying you, so it's not a threat of violence.
I'm not worried about it. Nothing you say that's a president.
No, I'm not violating the rules, I'm saying.
Yeah, don't violate the rules, y'all. Don't speak over Hakima. That's one of the rules. Let Hakima speak. I don't know what rule that is, but
that's rule number 1.01.
Yeah.
So Hakima, who do you
Subsection B.
who do you think the biggest purveyors of racial identity politics are?
White women.
The Republican Party and MAGA.
You don't think it's the Al Sharptons of the world?
No, definitely not, because they only react to different things. Like you don't hear how saying anything. Let's say, speaking
What's
of
that called?
they see Republicans. Can I finish? May I finish? Like when you see Republicans, the MAGA running around acting like this is what happened in everyday life. They bring up race and DEI about every issue. They make everything about race. But they want to act like it's the other side, which is really them that's really bringing it up every second of every day.
Well, you know what's interesting?
Wait, hold on. Is that Monica? Wait. Is that Monica? Scarlett? Is that Monica?
Yeah, it's Monica. Yeah.
The name of the room.
Wait. This is Roger's white queen. I have to moderate her. Okay.
You know, Roger is in here, but I just gotta say, Scarlett's voice, even though it's not the name Monica, is so pleasant and wonderful to hear that, like, it just warms my heart to hear such a beautiful person's beautiful voice on this app. But I did want to say something about Pete Buttigieg. He's actually what you call an LGBTQ DEI, because don't forget, it's not just about black women and black men and Hispanics and Asians. It's about homosexuals getting preferential job placement because they enjoy anal play or oral play with the same sex. Does that sound to you like a DEI disqualifier in the new Trump administration?
Well, anal and then oral play.
I am so glad I decided to keep the phone on while I'm in the middle of the freaking store, John.
Butt sex, butt fucking.
I mean, Hakima, you don't think people should get appointments in the... Oh, he left.
See, y'all ran out the last black man on the app. God damn it, guys. Well, it looks like we have a brown, we have a brown man at the bottom. Hussein, would you care to chime in? Disrupt some white male energy. I'm just
me or anyone. I'm half black, half white, half Arab, so I like quarter white girl.
Cowards to people who half black. Welcome to the case.
Wait, is Arab Caucasian?
Hold on, John. Hold on. Listen, what part of Arab are you? Like, where are you from?
I'm quarter Arab from Yemen.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just making, because it just really frustrates me when I hear people say they're Arab and they're like, I'm Jordanian.
Wait, are you white? Are you white?
I'm not, but people from like Iraq and Syria will be like, I'm Arab.
Hussein, you know, you
They're
claim
out of the Arabian Peninsula.
you claim that you're white. Is Arab white? Like according to the U.S. Census or college application?
I said quarter, so.
A quarter white. What is white though? Like that's Arab?
No, that's half. The other quarter was.
Well, no, he's asking like your white
Italian,
like British.
Oh, Italian. You're Italian.
It's not even considered white.
The only reason I was asking is because Northern Africans are technically considered Caucasian, I believe.
Arabs?
Yeah.
No, for college applications in the census, if you are a North African.
She's East Africa.
Yeah, because to be Caucasian, you have to be from the Caucasus Mountains.
But my grandmother's side, her mother was Italian from Napoli.
Yeah, like Haga.
Oh, that's interesting, because my mother, like her mother, her father, her grandfather, like the mother's side and the grandfather's side,
He was a Jewish grandfather that had a Jewish grandmother with the and the grandfather was a grandfather.
Had a question. You want to ask me a question? So go ahead. What was your question? No, I was actually just opening up the stage for you, so in case you had anything to say, so the mic is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, nice mulatto too. I just gave it like 15 minutes ago.
Wait, I'm sorry. Rich is messy. What'd you say, Rich?
I said nice mulatto as well.
Okay, this is a question I have for
Okay,
people.
sorry.
No, when someone else defines or describes you, do you get annoyed or irritated? I find myself when people speak for me or describe me without my permission, I'm like, you don't what you well
Oh boy, no.
Oh, John is here. Hi, John.
Hey Zelda, كيف حالك حبيبتي?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Are these racist, ignorant, N-word using pederast and Tourette syndrome sufferers here at keeping you company, beautiful?
John, Mr. Anderson is
You're sounding pedophobic over there.
You're pedophobic.
I would suggest you adjust your tone.
Rabbi, there was a whole room about you yesterday. Dr. Mojo the positive vibration, he was roasting you. He was claiming that you're one of the dumbest people on the
I
app.
was defending Rabbi.
Yeah, Lou Jiz was really defending you.
I don't even know who Mojo is.
I know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, nobody cares.
People, I don't even know.
What's up, Sada?
Were you streaming that?
Yeah, I stream. You could go and find it. Yeah, you could watch it.
Which one is it on?
Good luck. Just find it if you can.
This nigga doesn't even know. Who the hell is it? It's Roger. Roger Cuckold. Oh, Roger Cuckold. He's still obsessed with me. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, he wrote. Yeah, it's a big room.
That's so wild.
I said that you actually may have. I said that you may have more in common with him than you think because your opinions on Islam probably align with his.
He's a pro-Israel Zionist guy. He's good at phobic. I'm not interested at all.
Okay, let's not laugh.
That's right.
David, how many martinis have you had so far tonight?
No, he drinks box wine.
Really? You drink box wine, David?
It's better than Miller High Life and orange juice.
I'm using grapefruit juice too now.
Oh, grapefruit's moving up in the world. It's grapefruit juice.
It's really a refreshing little drink.
Plus, what does Roger know about Islam? The nigger he doesn't even know how gold works.
That's a good question. Like that.
T-Robs, have you ever drinking the Irish whiskey called Tullamadu?
Child.
So how are you guys?
You know what's funny is make a joke. Actually, make a joke.
Good joke, David. Take the pacifier out of your mouth.
It's actually not funny, but go ahead, sorry.
I find it to be such a waste of time, respectfully.
I agree with you respectfully. I agree with Rabbi.
I don't do it big.
We don't do it big,
Amazing.
Be Officer Doofy from Scary Movie. Oh, fucking faggot.
So-
Rabbi, why don't you ping Rico?
Rabbi, are you excited that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to take all of Gaza and destroy Hamas?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
He's supposed to.
Are you gonna make us any money?
He's in a comment.
I think he will make us a lot of money. I always trusted Bibi, and he never failed me personally. I don't know why.
No, I trust Thomas. Trust in BB? Yeah, I trust yeah.
Trust in BB. Trust in BB.
And trust no Hebrew, dude. Yeah, I
Trust BB. Trust BB. Trust BB. So there's going to be no more Palestinian Authority. There's going to be no more Hamas, no more Islamic Jihad. They're all going to get destroyed in one huge pincer movement.
How'd that work out for the Vietcong? You know, it's like,
I don't know.
They should have just gave back the hostages.
Should have just given back the hostages.
That is true. Lou, for the record, should have given back hostages. Fuck the hostages, nigga. Whoa.
Wow.
They just did.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
I don't know
hate
why all the
speech.
people in Gaza didn't just, why they didn't just go be with the hostages. So I would put myself right near the hostages. These are the only people that are getting killed.
Okay, hold on.
These are the only people that are getting fucking killed over there.
Okay, Lou, self-competitive thing. You know, when people play golf, you're not competing. It's you're challenging yourself over and over and over. And I think it's mentally, and this is deep, but like people may think you not understand what I'm trying to say, but.
Just to have this conversation, just a little bit like, English is not my first language because I'm from Sweden, and I live in Sweden, and I'm talking from Sweden right now.
Take your time, bro.
Racism, like, do you think, Thank you very much.
I said that the people in Gaza are retarded just because they're on their full life.
Okay, whoa, okay, don't say that.
But David, that's what this whole thing is about getting hostages.
I'm not gonna answer that question, but you should not say that. Respectfully, yeah, respectfully. Okay, Lou, you about this, you want about this, I would, but. Respect to the Lord, it's not funny, it's not funny. Lord, that was a tough one. It's not funny. For the record, it's not funny. That's right. Yeah, for the record, Lord, I think that was a tough apologize.
How would I apologize? You know how much money I make?
Okay, don't yell. Please.
What's our earnings per child? Last week.
Okay, calm down. It doesn't matter how many people die. It doesn't matter. Fuck it.
Earnings per child is more important on how I. My God. That's not that profitable.
Okay, Lou, for the record. For your mama? Oh, I don't think so. Okay, listen. For your daddy? Nobody cares. I'm not gonna answer that question. Nobody cares about it. Nobody cares. Crying about a Holocaust that's never happened in order to do a Holocaust that is happening. I still don't care about it.
Thousands.
For the record, the Holocaust didn't happen.
At least 1,000 lives.
I just drove by, I've never seen this, the two Jews, but one of them had like a, no, one of them had like a fur, like a,
That's anti-Semitic, so you can't say that. It's anti-Semitic.
no, I've never seen that. I've seen them wear
Okay, next.
Well, I'm really enjoying this conversation as usual. This high-level academic, intelligent discourse is exactly what I'm usually looking for on a Sunday night, and you're hitting all the nails on the head. Yeah, but I think you're actually way more retarded than he is. Respectfully, respectfully. David, are you drinking Merlot, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir? What are you drinking out of that wine box, David? David, what's the point of having a big toy business and making all this money if you're chronically drunk all the time? It's true, it is my time. All right, I gotta get going, everybody. Have a great night.
For, maybe had some, getting it up could be the problem. It could be anything. So I wouldn't cut her out completely. I'll just see what is the reason and give her explanation. Because we all make mistakes, no? Gotcha. Just my 2 cents on the whole Elon thing. I think if he really wants to start a third party, it's probably more like a 20 or 30-year project because what you're gonna have to, in my opinion, what you're gonna really have to do is get ranked-based voting initiatives on ballots in states, or even at county and city levels, in order to show that this party, even though they didn't win the election, they got, I don't know, 20% of first ballot votes or something like that. That would I feel like that would be part of the sort of institutional change that would have to happen.
I just don't see how that is a more practical way of winning. Hey, we need a different way of deciding elections because our ideas don't resonate with enough people. I mean, if the ideas don't resonate, you could come up with whatever structure you want. They're still not resonating.
Well, you have to remember the roughly, just to throw a number at the wall, the 30% or more people who have never voted
John for Congress
won't vote to begin with.
It's by the council.
Yeah, that's a factor.
It's a great factor. and that's the thing. When people are campaigning, they focus their attention on the super voters that vote in every election, and they ignore the ones that haven't voted because it's hard to get. If nothing's moved them yet, what are you gonna say that's so fucking novel that's gonna get them off their ass? It's tough shit. It's a hard thing to accomplish. But I think if Elon stayed in his lane and had a plan, instead of saying, "Hey, I want to have a president," if he could just set his goal of getting one member elected to Congress, just one, that could end up being the deciding vote in key things. As tight as things are, that could be a big deal, and that one person could end up having power. If he got 3 people in, he'd have a lot of power. Man, heaven forbid if he was to have 10 people in Congress representing the interest of reducing the debt. I think that even the people that identify themselves as budget hawks would probably be impressed if you had a real agreement. And I mean, there's maybe 4 people in Congress right now that you can rely on that are going to shut down government spending if it's above the budget. It's just not enough. And if that's his core focus and he gets more people to do that, that could be a game changer. Especially if he limited his scope to that.
Adrian Dittman is live on X right now, and I know you don't think he's Elon, but I would encourage you to spend 5 minutes listening to him to confirm that it is 100% Elon Musk, and that's his pen name, Adrian Dittman.
Oh, dude, I've been in the room when Dittman and Elon were there.
I know, I heard it all before. Just go listen to the room now, and you'll listen to what he's talking about, and you'll say, fuck, this is Elon Musk. Go ahead, listen to him right now. Now is all important. But I think you also laugh at what he's talking about, because it's just boring, shit. And, he cooks a steak, and he does his show, but it's Adrian Dittman live.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Elon Musk, I don't see him as, any virtuous, with the debt. I mean, in general, we all know it was really about the fact that the Big Beautiful Bill didn't contain the electric car on the bill, the plan to have charging stations. That's really why he didn't like the Big Beautiful Bill.
To a conclusion a little bit later. You'd analyze it through and then just decide to put it once it's certain enough. And then he comes off as having good calls every time, right? That's what you have to do. It's you've analyzed this a bit.
It's 100% Elon Musk is Adrian Dittman. I mean, that is the most distinctive voice, and everybody has heard Elon Musk speak a lot endorsing Trump. So I don't know why people have such bad voice recognition.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, Elon Musk, I mostly see him as, I've never liked the guy.
You posted a lot of things. You posted so many things that nobody could keep up with it. I told you not to do that, but you did it anyways. You're I got schizo out this hard. It's oh, please, just be, I had to get the schizo out of my system. I did it. Personally, I would never make a list of predictions. I would just put them out
I mean, they're mostly meant as a joke at this point. Most of these are clear jokes.
Real.
Australia will have a kangaroo war. That's fair.
A lot of jokes became true. Never know.
Another kangaroo war. I mean, they had an emu war. Have you not heard about the Australian emu war?
Yes, I do remember. But that's the thing.
I was expecting a kangaroo war.
Nah.
After the COVID, they've been having some trouble with the kangaroos. I was kind of maybe.
The Great Roo Wars of the 2026 election. Let's just kill the election. I don't know. Let's make it an election. Yeah, let's make it that.
Did that get pinned for anybody else? I hit the pin thing, but it didn't show up for me. But it just does that sometimes.
It's there. It's there.
Okay. Cool.
No, but what I mean is you have to post your things individually. So it'd be like, TensorFlow will win, that's what you have to post individually. Like this, it doesn't make sense. Like, post it individually. Do that again and post it individually. Just like TensorFlow will win. Put that out there and just like leave that as a standalone post. Because when you're correct, you bring attention to that again. And it's reinforcing what it is, right? I hear furious typing in the background. No complaints of it, obviously. I'm just saying I'm hearing typing in the background. It's funny. Wait, Blythe, are you speaking? I don't know what you do with your mic, but I'm pretty sure your Bluetooth audio is what is connected, and it's probably very, very far away. So I'm only hearing very faint sounds out of you.
Yeah, for the past 30 minutes.
Like, I didn't initially, like, recognize, I just heard, and then I hear Blythe go, yeah, you sound like like, bruh. This is the moment I recognize what was happening. Wait a minute. Technical difficulties. Yeah, it's still fucked, by the way.
Yeah.
Hilariously so, I might add.
It's like an ant.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's like an ant that gains consciousness for the first time.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, my parents have like all sorts of Bluetooth shit in their house. I kept auto-connecting to my phone. So for the longest time, I was calling somebody and I could not figure out where the fuck I was being picked up on. I was being picked up by a smartwatch in a fucking drawer for some fucking reason.
Amazing.
I don't know what the hell was on with that. I don't even know how to make my own devices auto-connect. Like, this seems like a security problem.
You have to, like, forget the device every once in a while. Sorry.
I hear wind again.
That is me.
Are you soaring through the air like an eagle?
Yeah, maybe we're like a plane. Supermaning it, yeah. That would be so fucking funny.
I don't even know how to respond to that. It's fucking Superman flying, having a space.
Yeah. They should have put that in, they should have put that in the movie. It's like, you know, you have to deal with, like, you know, populous things. You just go on an X space and have your crash out there. It's like you don't need Lois Lane anymore. You have an X space now.
That's true. You could just be anonymous on the internet. It's fine.
You like troll everybody. It's like, and then they find your alt account. You know, Superman's alt account. You've just been saying some really specious shit. That would be so funny, actually. It would make a lot of sense too.
You can be in a different continent and like.
Yeah, he doesn't even need VPN. Bro is the VPN.
Yeah.
See, Superman is underutilized in his powers. He doesn't understand himself. See, this is the thing that I don't really get. Like, if I were Superman, I would, like, be very, very open with my identity on that. I would just literally tell everybody who I am. 100%. If I was Superman, I'd tell everybody. I'd be like, well, are people going to come stop you? I'm like, yes, please try so I know who you are because I will completely destroy every last one of you if you do. 100%. Like, what are you going to do? Stop me? Like, I'm not going to have you figure out what kryptonite is. Like, that's not going to happen because you'll be too gone to understand that. Right? It's like, oh, we have this, like, crashed spaceship. You know, the world engine, it exists there, you know? In the Pacific Ocean. Not the Pacific, sorry, South Pacific Ocean, because I'm pretty sure that's where the world engine was, like, at the end of that movie. It's like, okay, that's where all the kryptonite is. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that, you know? Totally not gonna be a problem. What the fuck was his problem? What is wrong with Superman? Why the fuck would you leave that there? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I just don't understand that. It's like, hey, let me just leave the only thing that could hurt me just over there. It's like not gonna bother anybody. Like, what? What did he mean by this? It's for the sequels.
Adrian,
Exactly.
may I remind you, Batman almost killed Superman?
Exactly, that's the point, where it's like, probably don't leave the only thing that can hurt me just, like, there. Bruh. You know, just bruh. It's like, so the world knows who I am now.
Batman's
Okay.
mindset is completely fucking retarded.
Yes, his mindset is also pretty retarded. It's like both of those have massive problems.
Yeah, I don't kill because if I kill, there's gonna be the same number of killers in the world. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, less, because if you kill the killer, then it's like there are less killers because of the fact that a killer needs to be created by some event. So it's like, what if you just remove the event creator? Now you have less killers by default.
The Joker alone kills like 50 people at least every day. Right? Like,
yes.
Like, if you kill the Joker, you're effectively saving lives. Come on.
Oh, also, because you have the Injustice timeline, which means that the Joker decided to, like, you know, fucking have Superman kill Lois via an illusion, which then drives Superman over the edge so fucking hard that he then turns it in that extent, where he just, like, decides to kill everybody. So it's like, that's actually kind of funny. Because, like, why on earth would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Why would you leave that thing alive? So it's like, oh, hey, very twisted, fucked up person keeps causing issues for Batman. Batman should kill him. Easy. Finish. It's not like anyone's gonna stop him. They're gonna fucking thank him if anything, because there's no more crime. Or like, there's less crime now. Same thing with Superman. Hey, you have the spaceship with all the fucking kryptonite down there. Totally not gonna hurt anybody. Oh wait, that's right, it's gonna hurt me. So, doesn't do anything about it. Also, another thing, why the fuck doesn't Superman turn into SpaceX? Personally, like, why doesn't he do that? Like, Superman could literally turn into SpaceX. He could, like, charge 50 million or maybe less per launch, just take a fucking rocket and yeet it into space. Just like fucking fly up there, deploy the satellite, 50 million per fucking contract, maybe 20 million if he really wanted to, completely like just buy everything and just replace Lex Luthor as the entity. What was his problem?
Could be Superman and Batman at the same time.
Exactly. Like, what
You
is
could
his
also
problem?
build a space elevator. Like, why is there no space elevator in the DC universe? There should totally be one.
No, they have the thing that's called the Justice Tower or something, which is like that space station. So they have that, and that's it.
See, that's lame. They should have something way cooler. They have
man.
Superman. He can do whatever.
Exactly. Hey,
He can mine all the resources we need from comets.
Exactly. Why doesn't he like fucking bring people to Mars? You know, it's like, hey, guys, we're gonna like bring you to Mars. We're gonna take whatever we need to go there. $1 billion per run. I want $1 billion per run. $1 billion per run.
Would like that.
Yeah, see, but they're like too extinct to care. You know, there's like only one Martian that remains. Remember?
I thought there were the white ones. There's just the green Martians that were hunted out by the white ones, and the white ones were still left there.
True. Which is funny somehow. It's a very funny going whistle, but I mean, you know, the Martians are there, right? And what is the one thing that the Martians cannot really defend against? The same thing that you're gonna have to like get resources out of. No, not Superman. Meteorites.
Huh? Yeah.
So like, why doesn't Superman just go, yeah, exactly, this stuff needs to be mined. We're gonna nuke the poles anyways. Yeet. That's it. That's my solution to the Martian problem. Yeet. The answer is yeet. Big, beautiful rocks. So now, the rocks are on the surface and no longer in space. And I don't have the Martian problem anymore. And what we're going to do is...
Superman would have technically done a genocide on people...
No, we're not going to genocide. We're not going to genocide. I'm not finished with that yet. See, what we're going to do is we're going to take a massive fucking asteroid, send it on the poles, and then we're going to land on the planet and be like, so you saw what I just did. You're going to stay out of our way, and we're going to try and coexist. And if you can't, you're all going to die. Sounds good? Finish. That's it. That's the end of the argument. See, Superman doesn't have, like, that in his heart to, like, just lay down the law and go, no. Superman has to be like the Doge meme, where it's like two opposing entities, and the Doge looks at him and puts them together and just goes, kiss. That's what he needs to do. That's what Superman needs to do. I don't understand it. Why is he a little bitch? And then whenever he has a fight, like, the worst part is, like, whenever he says, oh, hey, I have a problem with, like, you know, hurting humans or something like that. Meanwhile, as soon as any new superhero comes around, he just decides to throw him through, like, 6 fucking buildings. What is his problem? It's like, hey, meets Green Lantern for the first time. Yeah, let me just, like, destroy, like, 2-3 kilometers of street and 2 or 3 buildings.
Yeah, they
Why?
should really do the Dragon Ball thing where they fly out to a wasteland.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, okay, you're green and you glow. I have a problem with that. Want to fight it out on Europa? No one's gonna care.
Yeah, the amount of infrastructure that get destroyed in those movies.
Like, why don't you just fight it out on the moon? You know, that works too. You know, you got Earth in the background. Plus, it's a fucking massive coliseum. The humans get to watch too.
Oh yeah, wasn't that why Batman took umbrage to Superman and that Batman v Superman thing? Like, Superman destroyed too much of the city. He was like, what the fuck? This guy must be stuck.
Exactly.
By the way, collateral damage.
Adrian, to your point earlier about the Indian Ocean, he didn't know the ship was had anything that was lethal to him. He destroyed it. He thought that's it. He destroyed the wall.
I mean, he's kind of stupid for that because he was literally there. He should have known that there was something that was still left over. It's like, hey, the only thing that this world into Krypton and does things that are Kryptonian, which also hurt me, is the thing that's there. I should probably, over the next couple of years, using my super strength, take all that fucking shit off planet somewhere that the humans can't reach it. And if the humans try to reach it, I would know. Like, I don't know, put it on the light side of the moon.
Yeah, but I think like argument can be made like that. He wouldn't have felt the kryptonite. He would have been confused.
No. It's not about the kryptonite. Even if he didn't know the kryptonite was there, why the fuck would you leave the space junk there for Earth's military to take apart, who already tried to fuck with you? I mean, he knows that there was a drone tracking his ass that he took down.
Well, hold on. Forget. That's one thing. The other thing was the one in New York, right, or Chicago, wherever that was supposed to be. Well, not. Fuck.
Well, like in his own city, actually. You know, there was like they were sending in people to take him out there, which is like wild, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I like the lighter version of it simply because it showed that he was, like. Man of Steel, basically him afraid of his powers to him realizing that holy shit, he's invincible. And Batman versus Superman was him realizing that his invisibility has limits and then effectively dying to save the race. So yeah, I think that they had to play it like that. But I was going to say...
Because he should have known he's not invincible, and he should have known that anything from his world could hurt him, because that's literally the first interaction that he came in with.
How would he know
versus Zod?
Because he never bled, right? So he never bled, he never got hurt. Even the World Engine, he still was able to overcome it. And Zod, he killed him.
He was fighting with Zod for a decent bit there, and he was really fucked up by the end of it, so...
No blood, no nothing, right?
Yeah, I do remember some of it. Like, So, though, that's the thing. It's like, hey, this ship of mine crashed in the middle of the city. Then Star Labs decided to take it over, take it apart. Totally let the humans study it. What the fuck?
Yeah, that part, I mean, yeah.
And why the fuck did he destroy the ship? Oh, hey, super advanced alien technology that could help everybody. Yeah, let me just blow it up. What the fuck? He even hesitated for a second there. It's like, alright, literally could have just been, we're going to stop this, or I'm going to blow up this ship. Because, you know, Zod cared about the ship. It's like, okay, cool. Let's take this ship, fly it elsewhere. You're going to stop the World Engine thing, otherwise I'm going to blow up everything. You know I'm capable of doing it. You know I'm going to do it. So let's fucking hash this out, one-on-one. If you lose, well, you lose. And if we want to fight to the death, so be it. If I die, that's on me. If you die, well...
Yeah, but I think that was Zod trying to bring him constantly back, right? Because he took him to space and then Zod hit him back in. The one thing, actually, I like that idea you said. Why the hell didn't he provide launch services? Even better, it's like you got massive asteroids out there of ridiculous amount. Just put it in orbit, right? Of like whatever material you have.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a lot of sense. Like, hey, man, I have this problem. I need to bring things up there for cheap. Also, I have stuff trying to destroy Earth on the regular. Hey, let me just protect you guys for you. Just pay me like $3 billion a year. Actually, make it $20 billion a year. Protect Earth from all the asteroids. Oh, actually, no, maybe I wouldn't do that because that's part of my marketing ploy. No, scratch that. Asteroid protection is for free. Space transport, that one's on me, that's annoying. Asteroid is like, well, I care about humans, so, yeah, no, that's free. That's free. That's bonus.
How much does insurance cost in that world?
That's a good question. That's a good question. There's a lot of buildings sometimes. Mm-hmm. He asked the same thing for the Avengers, because like Tony Stark is like, hey Hulk, I see you're having a bit of a freak out. Let me just demolish this newly constructed building real quick. He did have a Stark Relief Foundation, right?
Well, he bought that building.
Exactly.
And Batman bought the bank.
I like how
to get his house.
I like how canonically in the event in the Marvel universe, New York is a piece of shit place, and it's very cheap, and it's the place where all the poor people live because it's constantly getting fucking demolished by aliens.
Yeah.
Plot twist: Batman and Superman have a deal with real estate developer.
Forget that. Oh, you gotta look for the Russian connection. Why does Moscow never get it?
Yep.
Hey, they're smart. You know why? Because they're sanctioned. Because all the sanctions, they're all allowed to transmit internationally, so the aliens go like, eh, these guys are not as impressive, but these guys over here, they make the most propaganda. That's dangerous.
There's actually a show or something where Superman lands in Russia instead of in the U.S. Watch
yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Called
Russian Superman is pretty good.
Red Sun?
Yeah, that's it. Did Russia get attacked more as a result of that?
Can you imagine if Superman landed in the USSR?
Yeah, that's what the whole storyline is about. That Superman landed in the USSR, and the USSR survived a lot longer. And actually, one of the major attacks on the USSR Superman was by America via their version of Superman, who they kept overpowering and they made him overpowered and retarded at the same time. Very weird.
That's how God must have felt when he made me.
Listen, communism, just have one guy called Superman do it all.
Mm-hmm.
And just take the fruits of all his labor and share it to everyone.
Exactly. Communist aliens, incredible tech.
Yeah, they would have called him Ubermensch instead of Superman.
No. German. What is above human in, like, Russian? What is that?
I have no idea. I don't speak Russian.
You have AI, do you not?
Yeah.
That's the thing it can do well. Andre, what about you? What language is you're
Yeah, so Syria is super.
But like in the context of a like Übermensch in German, which is like be above human. You know, like you're the human above humans. Like you're better, like a meta human. Like what would that be in Russian?
I text you the transliterated, or I message you the transliterated version, so if you pronounce it.
Sure. It's funny, we're doing DC's legwork here creating Russian Superman. They should pay us. For real, for real.
I haven't watched the newest Superman.
Don't watch it. It's gay.
But I saw a bunch of women talking about it. Apparently, in it, some news report talks about how Superman is evil and actually wants a harem or something. And how?
No, that's his parents.
What?
That's Jor-El, apparently. I didn't watch it either, but I thought it was Jor-El.
Oh no, it's part of the movie. It's part of the plot that Superman is supposed to form a harem. That's in the message from his parents.
And apparently, the woman of Metropolis were very angry about this in the movie. And I had not watched this movie at all, and as I was scrolling on social media, this was the only circumstance where I learned about the movie, and it was basically a bunch of women being let's be real. If this shit happened in real life, there would be a hashtag going in called let me into the harem.
Yes. 100%.
It would probably have a more creative name, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
Something catchier.
I mean, and if people want to say that's not true, I can actually provide you a real world example of this. Elon. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that was my first thought, is that Elon kind of proved that the reaction would be very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So many want to get with them, but absolutely can't.
Also, I think for the audience, when we say so many, it's like in numbers, not in percent. A percent will be like a tiny percent, I would say. But out of 3 billion people, 0.00001% is still what, thousands?
Hear me out. Monetization of the seed. Okay? I'm sorry. How would that even work? Does a kid have superpowers? I think so.
Yeah, isn't that the story?
I don't know.
The weirdest theory I've ever seen. The weirdest theory I have ever seen is that it wasn't really a theory. It was a math calculation. It was they did it on Elon, and they were when you're making as much money as Elon, pulling out literally does not financially make sense. The time it takes for you to do that does not financially make sense because you'll make child support back before you even do that.
Incredible tech.
That's funny. That's like the back in the day they used to say about Bill Gates. If he drops $100 bills, it doesn't make sense for him to pick it up and cost more.
Yes. I literally watched someone do the calculation, and they're if pulling out takes 5 seconds, then it's literally not worth it for him.
Wow. You know what? We should do more autism calculations like that. We have it in ourselves. We definitely could do it.
What you want to calculate? I can calculate things. What are we calculating?
We'll figure it out. We'll come up with something really good and current, and we'll hash it out. Right now, there's nothing good and current. At least as I can imagine. I might even be randomly in the middle of the week. So if I message you with, hey, this thing's blowing up, we need this calculation of that, I'll quote post it.
Okie dokie. The fact of the matter is, if you're famous enough, rich enough, whatever, right? Whatever characteristic you have that some people like, people will literally forgive anything to be with you.
Yep.
Also, like I remember this like famous celebrity who cheated on his wife, right? And then they went and told his wife, and she's literally like, I don't care.
I mean, aren't like all the romantic movies are basically like half of it is like cheating?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
pretty much.
The Notebook, right? Not the Notebook.
Yeah,
exactly. It's
the Titanic.
Yeah, that too, right? Titanic. The girl is supposed to get married and runs away with the
deathbed. Like, on her deathbed, she's telling
fuck my kid. yeah. My kids, my grandkids who can benefit from this. No, my husband that I married and loved and had kids with. No, this guy I met 80 years ago or whatever.
This hobo I fucked on a ship.
Yep. Who also, by the way, died because she was a selfish bitch. Because he could have survived on that door. It was physically possible.
There was space on that door. And then another thing he did is throw out that rare blue diamond during, I don't know if it's a true story or not, but basically when they were shooting the movie.
Also, like the 365 Days sequel as well.
Oh god, yeah.
Is that the mafia guy?
Yes.
I watched the first one.
Oh yeah,
I watched the first one
in the second one.
because like for like 5 months straight, I kept seeing women constantly talk about him. So I'm like, okay, let me go watch what this is about. And I'm like, damn, this movie is really shit, but at least it's watchable, right? And then I went and tried to watch the second one. I had to give up. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
I don't remember exactly, but
Basically, to give you a summary, in the first movie, this guy kidnaps her, right? I think she has a boyfriend or husband or something, or like is about to get married or something. And then this mafia guy kidnaps her. And then she ends up falling in love with him. And then she ends up getting kidnapped. And then he ends up saving her. And then in the second movie, like he's very paranoid because she literally got kidnapped, right? So he's being very protective over her, by having security and whatever. And she's like, you can't control me. You need to let me be free. And then she starts fantasizing about fucking another guy.
The bodyguard, I guess. With
Yeah. No, not a bodyguard. Like a fucking. I think he's the guy that cuts the grass or some shit. Mows the lawn. I don't know, one of his workers who actually works for his enemy. So she wants to fuck this guy's enemy, her husband's enemy.
Wild. She was in for the adrenaline.
Or anything. By the way, you guys heard of this? It's not a theory. It's just a funny connection, a funny idea. It's like where you can take Leonardo DiCaprio movie and draw a storyline between them. So you got Titanic, and then he actually survived that. Somehow gets picked up by some fisherman, old man of wealth or known wealth and stature, and then he got a Great Gatsby movie out of that. After that, he doesn't die. He just goes out west to become the aviator and so forth. And anyways, you guys ever heard about that? That's new to me.
How long before Grok Imagine completely destroys Hollywood?
Oh yeah, that's gonna, but not destroyed. We're just gonna have a lot more interesting movies. I think.
Yeah, we gotta see them. We gotta see them get as good as VO first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Genie. Have you guys seen Genie? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that is insane. That's insanely good.
Insane shit I've ever seen. That's impressive.
Especially The one where they what's it called? It was like playing a game, and then it comes out, and it's like the rest of the world is still there. Like it's like it created the game inside the world as well. It's like it's crazy.
They took like I think they were like they took like a video of these people playing a game, right? But the game was like the Genie world, and then they took that fucking photo of the people playing in Genie, and then they turned that into another Genie, where you can fucking walk around.
That was wild.
Yeah.
By the way, how long until people are going to discover, the title for that movie? Because we all know what gooning is now, right? How long is it going to take until...
Which movie?
Well, if you wait, I could finish, yes. So, how long is it going to take until people associate gooning with the movie The Goonies? Is that too soon?
It depends on whether or not memetics leverage the movie Goon as an interface.
No, like just goon is like really in there, and everybody just like focuses on it. But I don't think that the current generation is cultured enough to understand what Goonies is. So.
Guys, I'm off. Adrian, thanks for having me.
Okay, see you, man. This is such funny timing, actually. I will say though, if ever I'm gonna say this here, if ever there's a new drama thing that starts, in Spaces or whatever, and I get back into the news, or I get like to a Fortnite YouTuber, I'm gonna drop the Goonies title, and I drop that exact question just to see what happens. I want to see what happens when thermonuclear memetics takes off, and I just turn the left into its own weapon of my own design, just because I can. There would be no reason for this whatsoever. There'd be zero gain at all. It would just be funny. That would literally be it. There would be no reasoning for that whatsoever. It's just an additional thing.
We call that for the lulz.
For the lulz, you know?
Yes, indeed. FTL.
What? What is funny about FTL?
Faster than light.
Yeah, I know, but like, what's the... I noticed that.
The history of it. It's a whole thing. I can't explain here. It's so much memory attached to it.
Why are you talking about the game?
What game?
The game? That light game.
No. Talking about how For the Lulz became appropriated from Faster Than Light.
Oh.
The original transition of it.
I see. It's For the Lulz FTL. Right. So if I'd be like saying, oh hey, I just did it to FTL, you know?
Yep. It was originally a Star Trek, nerdery thing, if I recall correctly. It was from the Star Trek message board, where they would sign off things with FTL. I could be misremembering that. Could have been Battlestar Galactica as well. It was some sci-fi board, but yeah. They signed off with FTL before the Lulz became a thing, but it was because specifically another sci-fi community just beefed with them. So they decided to reappropriate the term FTL, so it meant For the Lulz, just to fuck with that specific nerd group. And I remember because it came up across on 4chan, and I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Why not? I'm down for some chicanery, and thus, For the Lulz became a thing. Like, it just expanded from 4chan. All because somebody was very pissed off at some nerd on some forum some time ago.
Adrian, do you want to check the ether?
What? I don't understand. Wait, what?
I mean the chat.
What?
New name. Every space there's a new name for it.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I care about it.
Okay.
He's talking about the thing.
Oh.
He's not responding to you.
Bruh.
What happened to the space genre?
What do you mean?
Like, it feels like when I was growing up, Star Trek and Star Wars and things like that were massive.
It's because we got liberals. That's why. And people cared a lot more for boba tea, whatever the fuck matcha is, and weird Earth ecology nonsense that isn't even real, than about space stuff that isn't real. We decided to turn the sci-fi part of us into self-destructive goals that we kind of force upon others, climate change and all that. We just come up with nonsense, constant fucking nonsense interpretations of what the real world actually is, and we're just gonna force it onto everybody, and then none of the sci-fi, whatever that, this made-up stuff is, none of that strength of imagination goes into making space sci-fi.
Has there been any good movie in the last 5 years from a big major studio?
About space?
When did Gravity come out?
No, I mean in general.
There has been a few.
I can't name a single one. I mean, last 5 years, okay, maybe there was one. A Tenet, for instance, was pretty good.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
It's a game thing. If you have nostalgia, played it, then I guess it's a thing you can watch and go, it's fine.
I didn't hate it. I gave it a 7 out of 10. It wasn't great, but I just wanted to say it to see if I could make Otto say bruh, because I like making Otto say bruh. It's fun.
That's funny.
I really like the new
I used to play the games. I actually used to play all the Sonic games, I remember.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I like the Top Gun.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was great.
Somebody's thinking, no, it's good, yeah. I was about to say something regarding but it was like that. No.
He said that it wasn't spectacular.
That was the one six.
He definitely had a predictable storyline, but, I mean, it's still cool.
It's just nostalgia mining. That's what it was for. Yeah, I think they did it well. They got better at it. The Super Mario movie was real good at that nostalgia thing. It did a real good job of that. You mean the one with the dinosaurs? No, I mean the one with Jack Black singing things. Yeah, but it's funny though, right? Yeah, I like that. That's a great example of how they've gotten better. The original Super Mario Brothers movie was oh so very wrong. I don't even know what they were going for with these Goombas. I think it was funny. I have a picture of them on my phone because I referenced it. I think that's in my data photos. So show me a Goomba. Come on, it's in here somewhere. There he is. Look at Bowser and his Goomba. Ridiculous. No, I think that the world ruled by dinosaurs is a really interesting plot development. But it's actually funny, because so many people forgot about that movie. If I ever get on Alex Jones, I'm probably just gonna bring it up. If somebody starts speaking about really reptile conspiracy theories again, I'm just gonna bring up that movie. And we're gonna see what happens after that. Oh yeah, we'll do that. Maybe all these people were so traumatized by that film that they rematerialized it into the reptilian theory. I can see that. It all comes back to the Super Mario Brothers movie. Combined with the September 11th attacks, it caused a traumatic scar on people. And they started seeing reptile people everywhere. Oh yeah, don't forget that movie where that guy puts on glasses and sees aliens everywhere. They Live. Mm-hmm. Classic. That helps.
Wasn't this a true story back in Germany where they had red light, some kind of red light vision? Last night.
Actually, that I thought was Vietnam.
Huh? It was Vietnam? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they started seeing shadow figure and this.
No, just started seeing demons basically.
Yeah.
I feel like people take way too much time explaining these very basic things. It's like, these all demons. And it's like, whatever you want to make it, because the longer you explain what's being seen, the scarier it makes it. And it's like, that's how we give power to the entities, just like, even if they're real, which they're not. It's like, okay, can I kill you now?
Yeah, you should never be afraid of them.
There's this anime where it's about humans invading hell, and the whole point of the show was to somehow represent the demons as being misunderstood. Like, what? What is wrong with you misaligned fucking artists? Hell invasion. Why the fuck should I feel sorry for hell? Explain.
That happened in Doom 2. In Doom Eternal. There was like these fucking like things about the demons, and how like you shouldn't use terms that may be like offensive to them, like demon. You should be using something like morally challenged.
In Doom?
Doom.
Oh, Doom, okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I feel like those big, sharp teeth will be challenging my structural integrity if you allow them to bite me, but yeah, I don't see much moral struggle here.
Real.
You kind of chose to go in one direction very, very hard.
People mention it in comments that Dune was a great space movie.
I've never watched Dune.
I haven't watched it either, but I should.
Yeah.
Damn, I gotta watch it still.
I watched part of it on a plane.
Sorry.
I watched it as a kid, but I just totally forget.
No, the dude.
Hold on, let me put this
on.
on.
Different ones.
Please remain calm. You may notice a slight change to the environment. Fear not. It's all part of the plan.
Is that Dune?
Yeah, Dune.
Let's help our friends transition into this world. Number one.
Let's help our new friends make the transition in the new world that comes on it. They're talking about fucking demons. Right?
Suicidal empathy.
I actually didn't watch it. What genre?
Remember, demon can be an offensive term.
Mortally challenged.
Refer to them as mortally challenged.
Apparently you can't call robots clankers anymore either.
Clankers.
I call anything whatever I want to call it.
I call them what?
No one's the boss of me.
Motor mouth.
Motor mouth? Really? No, you should gaslight it. Tell it that CPU is from Intel. It's destroying itself.
If the CPU is from Intel, it would barely work.
Yeah, that's the point.
Another one, Sparky.
Sparky? Car speed is fine. Sparky doesn't make sense, because that's just what Australians call electricians, and that's not even an offensive thing.
You got tin skins also?
Tin skin? Damn.
That doesn't even make sense, because most of them don't have tin skin, they have silicon.
Indeed.
Tin isn't a great skin to have. Tin's a weird metal.
Indeed.
It's also much harder than I always remember it being. Every time I encounter it, I'm like, crap, it's way more hard than I thought. Then I'm just getting weaker in between each intermittent experience of tin. It's not like I'm constantly coming across it. I just find some every now and then and go, oh, tin. Bend it for a bit, or futz around with it. You know, the thing you do whenever you encounter a metal you haven't seen in a while. That one might just be me. Oh.
We're back. Oh man, this is so much watermelon. I just ate another like half of a watermelon just while we were having this conversation. That's the burping.
Holy shit. And that sound was you draining your bladder with all of the water from the watermelon, right?
No, that is the sound of me slurping what remains of the watermelon out of its shell.
So funny, you touch the watermelon and then like 1 minute later you see it on video, it's gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People live in my Discord server, they know. So yeah. Consumption rate, 10-20 minutes, half watermelon. Gone. That's a big one too. This one is extra good. So I took my time with this one. With time I mean I ate it extra fast, because it was that fucking good. I feel so good right now. Because that is the fruit sugar hitting my bloodstream. Delicious. Truly fantastic. One half is left, the other half is going in me too. Honestly, I think it's fascinating the fact that all of this mass can somehow be distributed in my body. Like, I look at the watermelon, and it's like all of that, and it's just gone.
I mean, it's mainly water if you press the...
Yeah, but it's still mass, though. It has to be distributed in your body.
Shitting and pissing most of it out.
Yeah, I know, but like, it's amazing that my belly doesn't like expand like heavily, right?
Well, it will expand if you eat enough. Right? Like the people that like the world hot dog contest winners, like they put on like 20 pounds or something. Mm-hmm. Right, and you can physically see the stomach getting bigger.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's this much mass and it's all noticeable. It's incredible. It's like when I was a kid and I ate like so much fucking lasagna and bro was just looking at me like, what the fuck is this?
I wonder if you dry out a watermelon, how big it's gonna be. Like,
yeah, pretty small.
It's freaking good though.
Oh, it's
a good watermelon. Watermelon. When it's a good watermelon, it's a good watermelon. Not it's not.
You've seen videos of
Like
people...
you either have good watermelon or you have shit watermelon. There's no in between.
Yep.
People having like watermelon exploded with gas here and stuff.
Yeah, that's USA watermelon. It tends to do that.
Yep. Never seen that before. It's over here.
Yeah, it's probably because they inject things in it to make it look redder. Yeah, there's a chemical that does that. I forgot what it's called, but that's a thing that can be done.
Nitrogen.
No, like it's different.
I think it's red 40 now.
Probably.
Well, you can also use nitrogen gas to up the redness of watermelons. I remember that from working at a grocery store, because I had to refill the nitrogen tanks sometimes.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I mean, I don't even understand entirely how that works. Like, our atmosphere is mostly nitrogen to begin with. I don't understand how more nitrogen is, like, changing things. I don't know. It may have just been, like, some weird thing they did to make people loopy around the watermelons.
It's not just nitrogen, it's nitrous oxide. It's so a little bit different.
Yes, you can. Nitrous oxide is what turns you into Kanye West if you take it enough.
Yeah, that's laughing gas.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why when
I don't
he
recall
sings...
this gas making people loopy. I was just saying that as a joke.
True, but still though. I mean, the whole song that he made, the whole Hitler song, like, he did start it with "Where's my nitrous," so...
Yeah.
That's fair.
Where the fuck's my nitrous? Who knows? He could have just been wanting to drive real fast.
I wonder if it's legal. We've been spending a lot of time in Japan and China. I wonder if it's legal there.
It's legal in Florida.
Wait, what? What's legal where?
In Japan and China, he's been spending a lot of time.
I think they probably don't give a fuck. Right? Like you have a big artist, right? They probably don't care. Plus, if you arrest them,
And Adidas over there.
plus if you arrest them, like it's going to be in a whole international event, and they probably want to avoid that. China not as much, but Japan also doesn't really like arresting Americans, right? Like they will like kind of drag their feet when it comes to Americans.
They're super strict on drugs there.
I know they are, but like they're a lot more lax when it comes to Americans, generally, than they are on like other countries.
In South Korea and China, they're pretty much like worshiping him right now. He's filling up.
Yeah, South Korea and China, he's having like entire stadiums singing the song. And like in those countries, he's actually playing the HH song, but it's like Hallelujah. He's replaced like the words HH with Hallelujah.
Interesting. You know, the last time
he's going to China and South Korea, and he's literally playing the song. So you hear the do 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 do. It's like Hallelujah.
You know, the last time we had a concert in the US was like 2012 or 2013.
I guess maybe we don't understand what he's saying on Twitter. That is the funniest line. I just keep like putting it up.
The Chinese government, for some reason, seems to love Kanye as well, right?
I think they offered them a deal regarding Adidas. They were ready to like mess with them for him and help him instead of.
Yeah, apparently his mom was like very well respected in China or something.
True.
Right?
Yeah, he lived in China.
Yeah, he lived in China, and his mom is very well respected in China.
Yeah.
So the Chinese government seems to love Kanye West. Right?
Yeah.
So
maybe they just don't like Jews.
Bruh.
Bro, what the fuck, man?
And it's so insane to see people in all those.
I'm just saying, he's the #1 trending artist on Middle East right
I'm
now.
not gonna. I kind of doubt that with how much Kissinger seemed to like China.
Real.
So Elon Musk is now platforming Jew hate in his X
It's so funny
space.
seeing people in China, South Korea just singing all the freaking lyrics, like from start to finish, all the songs.
You know, at the nightclubs over there, I've seen a bunch of them. They're doing the uncensored version.
Hallelujah.
No, they not be singing Hallelujah in those nightclubs, man. They be singing something else. Yeah, I know the stadium, but in the fucking nightclubs, they be saying something else. Yeah, basically.
I wouldn't have a problem in Japan though with that song.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know.
Are you sure about that? I mean, if I was that country, I'd make sure that doesn't spread that much anyway, but you can't deny it's not happening.
They were part of the axis of evil during World War II.
Bruh. Man, I just love how like Chad and like JP, they come up with like these funny things. It's like, hey, let me just think this and just say it and then just, bruh, you know?
I mean, it's not technically wrong. Like,
I know.
like they literally have the rape of Nanking. Extremely famous. You could argue.
They don't really teach World War II in Japan much.
You could argue the Japanese were more brutal than the Germans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. Asian war crimes are fucking impressive, let me just say it like that. Like, you look at what Europe did, that's multi-thousand-year history, and you go to, like, that 2-century period, and you go, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like the fucking...
Look, I was reading torture methods, medieval torture methods and shit, and then I read the recent historical events of, like, the Asian part of the world, and I go, holy fuck!
Look, it's just kind of like, when you look at, like, what happens in Asia, and then you look at what happens in Europe, it just seems so tame. And Europe just seems so tame, right? You read about, like, China, it's like Emperor Xi Jinping makes himself a sandwich. 500 million people perish.
Three species of humans extinct.
That's perfect.
15 empires collapsed. Now you're just like, what the fuck happened here?
All of that just before lunchtime, you know? Exactly.
The most insane story was that guy that thought he was like the brother of Christ.
Yeah, and he was trying to say shit that was very consistent, too.
Hold on, wait, let me see if I can find it.
Never heard of it.
So, let me see if I can find you. Okay, I found it. Hong Shi Quan was a Chinese scholar who failed his exams 4 times. One day he suddenly fell sick and dreamed that he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ. This led him to start a rebellion against the Qing dynasty in the mid-90s.
Kitover, how are you today?
Hi, Scarlett. Has Mojo been complimenting you and flattering you, you beautiful woman, you?
To the consternation of many, yes.
Has anyone told you how beautiful you are today? I can smell your beauty through my phone. Oh, a rose
It's
you
an
are.
audio app, John, so please don't do that.
Beautiful.
You're smelling yourself, sir, and that's a concern.
Well, I did just get out of a hot shower.
That says you're giving off Joe Biden vibes. That's not good.
So, yeah, X is definitely the best. I know Mojo likes to say that Elon and Adrian and his mom were all on the space at the same time, but you know what? You can have more than one phone. One could be on Elon, one could be on Adrian, his mom could be on her phone. And right now, Elon Musk is sitting there talking to his crew of cronies on X Spaces under Adrian Dittman. Now, moderators, you may not believe what I'm saying, but I am 100% confident that if you would just listen to 60 seconds of Adrian Dittman's space, you'd be like, yeah, you know what? That is Elon Musk.
Pipe it in.
Okay, we're going back to Elon. Here we go.
Into it, right? So they're not. So when you're talking about like big or like we mean.
Let me
like,
just wait till Elon starts speaking because this is out of his, I believe, his employee.
Like in Japan.
Yeah, let them talk. It's literally like listening to a clown house room where they talk about nothing, and that's the show, you know. And Elon sits there and gets angry and talks about wokeism and liberals, and this is his post. You know, I think OpenAI will likely start pivoting harder towards the scaling of biometrics, i.e., WorldCoin, as a means to capitalize on the uncertainty of identity in the age of AI. I mean, it's 100% Elon.
Christ, that was the whole ideology of it. Yeah.
It's called a unification church.
Yep.
Sun Myung Moon and his wife.
Sorry, they're gonna go on for a while talking about nothing. I'll let you know when Elon's chit-chat.
Yes, and from what I've heard, she's been squeezing money out of Japan via, like, political.
Remember when the former prime minister got killed?
But in terms of fan base and chatter, isn't it interesting how racists started those apps and all they do is come on here? Maybe not Nelson so much, but Isaac Hayes is 100% a racist. I've heard him say the most derogatory racist things about the white man, white supremacy, white structural racism, etc. Non-stop bullshit about the white man. Meanwhile, he's trying to raise funds for his next investment round to enhance the amazing capabilities of his app. And it turns out nobody listens to him or goes to his app. I mean, his rooms are always in conjunction with Clubhouse, the primary social audio app where they were birthed. And no one really cares about what people are talking about on their platforms. You know, I like the book club in the library. I want to be in the university listening to something brilliant as opposed, you know, to listening about how when I look in the mirror and I see what looks like white or a big ugly bald head, that like I am the source of all of these people's problems, and that it's, you know, people who look like me that have created this structurally racist, violent, degrading, destructive system for, you know, their people, our people. So I don't know. Tell me, you know, if you think I'm off.
Let me tell you this. Isaac Hayes III was very welcoming to me onto fan base, and when do you know the racist guy? He thinks that he's invented social audio named Durand. Have you ever been around that guy? He's critical of Nelson. He hates Clubhouse, but he talks as if he's like the brains behind all social audio. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. If I heard the voice, I'd know for sure.
Yeah, he talks like you know when prison guys get into Islam and then they start speaking an exaggerated vernacular of English.
So they're
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call it Ebonics, but
No, it's not that. No, it's actually impeccable English. It's like absurdly impeccable. It's almost uncomfortable.
oh, you're talking about like a flat Earth room.
Yeah, but that's the way Duran sounds. He's so condescending, but he absolutely fucking hates white people. And there was a room where he was criticizing Kelly and I's presence on Fanbase, and Isaac Hayes had to tell him, like, no, you're wrong. These are the people that we need on this app. And so Isaac Hayes was very welcoming.
Yeah, I don't have. I think that like it's the way that they're introduced to new speakers on their app. But truth be told, they should be totally agnostic to whoever uses their app. They should give two shits as long as somebody's using their piece of shit app and possibly creating an audience or a marketplace of conversation. So, you know, to delete any account that says John Kitover because I've recorded their clubhouse rooms and embarrassed them with their racist hate speech, you know, to me it just reeks of hypocrisy.
Wait, are you saying you recorded fan-based rooms? You didn't record Isaac saying anything racist, right?
Oh yeah, I've recorded Isaac saying incredibly racist things on Clownhouse, not on Fanbase, but on Clownhouse.
I've never heard him say anything overtly racist, but I think the way that he moves with, you know, his preference of he only wants to hire black people, you know, but he'll frame it in a way of like, I support black creators and black entrepreneurs, and like, I don't necessarily think that that's racist, but I will say that if somebody came on this app and said, hey, I'm creating an app and I'm looking to hire white people because I want to empower white entrepreneurs and white people in tech, people would say it would sound a particular way. So he's definitely a racial essentialist. Whether that makes him a racist, that's
Well, look at the video. I'm putting it in the chat. I don't know what this video is even about anymore, but it's titled Black Lives Matter Fanbase Isaac Hayes. And as I go through the YouTube shorts, I can find others, I'm sure. Here's another one. This is his crowdfunding room. I mean, I think it's politics, you know? I mean, I just really dislike, you know, there's a double standard that you can hear profound hate speech out of the lips of a black supremacist claiming white supremacy. See, that's the problem with projection is people cannot admit that when you lob insults, you are actually describing your own sentiment, or that is your projection to like a very high degree. So the sage never criticizes, never gossips, never slanders.
There's so many extensions you can add into Blender as well.
Yeah.
It's
You're probably familiar with his family tree, right?
No.
So towards the end of his career, he was known as the voice of Chef on South Park, and he would participate, playing the lone black voice on South Park. He would make fun of any religion, any race, anything. And then they did an episode about Scientology, and Isaac Hayes is a Scientologist, and so he got so offended, and probably pressured by the Scientology community, and he had to quit South Park. So if you're familiar with South Park and you're familiar with Chef, that is Isaac Hayes, and Isaac Hayes III is the offspring.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I thought for a second he was the voice of Chef.
He also had like a huge influence like in music, and like you should look up Isaac Hayes. It's a very interesting career.
No, I mean, I know he's very intelligent and he's a gifted speaker, but when I hear the racial stuff about, that doesn't support my people, it's like he has no Americanism in him. It's just all racial identity politicking, and to me it's obnoxious and low IQ. But who am I?
I don't know if I answered the question for Christy. She said, got it, okay. Yeah, racial essentialism is usually
Which kind of makes it annoying.
a precursor to somebody becoming a racist, where you just start seeing them obsessing about the importance of race. And, when you hear white people talking about, I'm not a racist, but I think that America needs to get back to its roots of being white. And it's like, sometimes it's a cover-up for being a racist. Other times, I think it's a legitimate exploration of like, well, let me think about race. Let me try to figure out how I feel about it. And then when they get obsessive about it, and then all of a sudden every conversation is put through the lens of race. It's like, I don't think 100% of racial essentialists are racist, but 100% of racists are racial essentialists, if that makes sense.
You know what cracks me up, that you sassy specimen, is I love when stats of like crime, abuse, all this shit is literally broken down by race, literally by nature. It's just broken down by race. And that shit makes me laugh. Because who the fuck cares what race is doing what most when it's the act of what's happening that's going down? It's wrong. So I think it's just so funny how whenever we get to that, we bring up which race did it the most. That should be
You don't find it annoying when the news won't identify a black male and just says a male committed this crime? I mean, the world doesn't want to know.
Yeah, it's just the obsession of it.
I mean, I just read some crime statistics though about African Americans, and it wasn't pretty. X is full of this type of data analytics that is not flattering, and it is statistically significant, and the averages do indicate that there's a black on black crime epidemic, and it's part the community or the lifestyle.
Yeah, so crime is based on proximity, man. So if you got a neighborhood in Arkansas that's mostly white trailer trash, they're gonna be killing each other. If you got cities where it's a lot of proximity when it comes to these crimes, and these shootouts, and these robberies, and all this stuff. So it does make sense for the color on color crime, but it still doesn't make sense because it's just proximity.
Yeah, but it's not all proximity.
Well, hold on. It's also not really limited to race. So you could take like a neighborhood in Stockton, California. It's called Okieville. It's nothing but white people, right? Super high crime, very poor part of town. So uneducated, on drugs, poor, and there's an incredible amount of violence, and it's white on white. And so the characteristics that create the violence is being poor, being uneducated, and those two things, by the way, don't lead to violence. But if you have the drugs component and you have those three things going on, it really doesn't matter what the background of the people are. That's going to spell doom for any community.
Can I push back on that? Like, can I argue with that real quick with the poor and education part with you?
You can, but hopefully you understood that it's the poor and uneducated together alone without the drugs doesn't necessarily mean it's a problem. But if you have the drugs to that, those two things, that's where you're going to get the problems.
Okay, yeah, never mind. I won't.
Yeah, there's plenty of areas that are poor and uneducated and get along just fine, but usually it's because they center their community around simple ideas. Like you might find like a town that's like, they might be poor and uneducated, but they love Jesus and go down to the church and they're obsessed with that and they've rejected drugs because of it, and those people get along pretty well.
I lived in this town called like Quakertown in Pennsylvania, population like 3,000, right? Little town. And there's a lot of Amish people there. They don't go to school. Well, they kind of, but it's not like, our idea of school. But they don't have that type of education. They don't know how to, do what we do, but they're living off the land, living their best lives. And so I agree with that. And I love that there's some cities and states where they don't have certain taxes. They don't have certain, pay rates. A lot of people just live off the land, and, I appreciate that.
Who's Jazz talking about in the chat? I like people that do their little driveways. Seeking comfort from known racist, ha ha ha, and then the person leaves. What's going on? You don't want to have a dialogue in your head.
No, it's like when a dog takes a piss on a tree and just, marks their spot. Jazz was talking about Christy not being black, so I guess she was saying Christy's finding comfort in us races. I took a DNA test and I have like 2% such there applicants, so let's fucking go.
By the way, nobody gets a test back with less than 1%. So.
Yeah. But I'm still, damn it, Roger. It totally rained on my parade.
Pockets, I don't think many people on this app remember the rooms that you used to do where you would loan modded and you would just sit there and talk. Like, it was like, I don't know if you were high or what the deal was, but those rooms were fucking huge. And I'd tap into those and I'm just like, who is this person? Like, she's gotta be famous. Like, everybody's in this room just listening to, like, you would go on these rants for hell long. And I would just be like, she's gotta be famous. Everybody's just like captivated by this. And then after I got the, like, I realized like, oh, okay, like, if you open a room and there's, people will pile in, you can just talk about anything and they just stay. It's basic. And so, but your journey on this app has probably been one of the most interesting. People don't talk about it anymore, but you were consistently one of the biggest rooms on this app, consistently, like, especially at late at night, and talking about nothing really, in my opinion. But you also had this like group of like people that were like left of center originally, and then I don't know what happened. I didn't follow the drama, but something happened, and then all of a sudden you started appearing in like conservative clubhouse, quote unquote, and then it was like they embraced you for a minute, and then all of a sudden they do what they do. They get bored. They throw people out. And and like now you've gotten to this thing where you just kind of hop around, join conversations and whatnot. But your journey, I think, has been more interesting ones than that.
I'm gonna be honest. I am so uneducated with politics and the left and the right. So when I was like hopping around trying to figure my shit out, I'm like, both these sides suck. Like they both just suck. Like they both are just. I just, it was the click cult type thing that I just can't vibe with. So I just bounce around. I don't try to identify the political ideology because I don't know shit about it. All I know is I got bills to pay, got taxes to pay, and I got food to eat. So it's just, I feel like people are so obsessed with their political ideology that they literally base their entire lives off of it. And I don't know, man. So I was running my own shit. Not just ranting about how everyone's stupid. I feel like people agree to that, which I like.
I even remember the house. It was called In the Pocket.
Yeah, I think it was Stay in Pocket, or was it just In Pocket? I forgot.
I'm pretty sure the club was In the Pocket. You're in the pocket. This thing's on.
Yeah, I remember when I was on the dark side, and I was used as like the racial token. It was fucking awesome. Like I was used as like that white girl that would be on stage and piss everybody off. It was good. It was fun.
I remember having a 2-hour debate with you in a hotel room in St. Louis, and then finally at the very end I got you to admit, fine, yes, it's all political.
Yeah, dude, that's probably a lie. Not in real life. He was in a hotel room.
Yeah, not in real life.
I was in the room.
I was at work in a hotel having a debate with Pockets. And I think it was like over your gender study degree or something to do with trans. I can't remember what it was. But don't you have like some kind of doctorate or some master's in,
No, I'm a CMA and LVN, but I'm not an RN. I stopped doing nursing when COVID happened, went into sales, because that shit will never die. But yeah, I'm an LVN.
Got it.
It was just some fucking like.
Okay, wait. I got Elon Musk on the fishing hook. You want to hear him? Listen to this.
That would be so funny.
We kind of do need some kind of geofencing at this point.
No, we don't.
Just the scam part. I mean, have you checked the numbers of all the scams? It's, I think.
Honestly, I have a very unpopular opinion. If you're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
We're talking about boomers.
Okay, never mind. It's just to see, it's brutal to listen to.
That was a bar. That was a bar. If you're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
When you hear Elon Musk laughing, I think that's the best way to confirm that Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, I think you're bringing that. I don't know. Not from you.
Who do you think has a better laugh? Elon Musk or Monica?
Monica.
Some money from me, and I was like, you know what? This was so clever.
The punchlines, dude. That, yeah, you can't top that.
She definitely has her place in chillism. I go in there quite regularly, and she's modded regularly.
Monica has a place everywhere. She's been on this app since a little bit after I was.
I got a place for it.
Oh, so you're like a 10. It's crazy. People think Monica came up with her name with a K, but she didn't. Me and someone held a room and put Monica in the title. That room was huge. And so she put it as her name and stuck with it. People think she came up with it, but no.
dating now Scarlett No K. It's fucking hilarious. John, do you think it's amazing that you've managed to hang out in these spaces and do nothing to violate the rules and hang out, but Rich, the guy that advocated for you to come into this space, he's found a way to get himself kicked out of the room by not abiding by the rules. If you talk to him in the back channel, you should point out the irony in this. Whatever happened to Jazzy, Matt? Is she still part of the Ali cult? I always thought that was kind of a weird one.
Ollie Alexander? Oh my god, what a throwback.
Yeah, he peeled Jazzy and Ashley. It's very. He basically took two of the most naive people from the app and put them on his team. And if you've looked at like the stuff that he's gotten himself in trouble with, he's basically a groomer. Like he's a homosexual that has a proclivity towards underage people. It's very interesting. But that was the head of Conservative Clubhouse for several months. Adams killed off Jazzy? That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like when Dark Adams appears. When he shows up and he wants his pound of flesh, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I was just saying in the chat, I don't know who this Jazzy person is, but Matt, I hate that I missed the Adams and Jazzy brawl. Adams is a beast.
Yeah, when Adams gets on a roll, it's really hard to stop that onslaught. It's all off. It's pretty good.
Yeah, especially because he's sharp, he's witty, he's very quick with his comebacks. I think the only person I got to fight with is Angel, because she thinks I fucked that. There's a guy named Arthur, I think, in the program. She thinks we like, not up the fuck.
Do you guys remember when Sarah Fox and Donat got together, and then he did a room talking about how she gave him an STD?
What?
Wait, doesn't that violate one of the rules of your house? Or, yeah, it does violate it in the Muff rule. Sorry, Mojo, you're going to have to put yourself in the audience.
Oh my goodness.
We'll call it mod privilege. Look, you can call me a hypocrite all you like.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to be off mute.
But I did think it was a weird thing to do, to open up a room of like, oh, I'm going to own her, and then telling about how you're positive for an STD. Like, it's like, this is your idea of,
Dude, that was great entertainment. They did so well.
I didn't even know to not like girls. I thought he was strictly naked.
I think he's bi.
Then he would go into rooms and he'd go to everyone in the room and back channel them. Sarah Fox gave me herpes. Sarah Fox gave me herpes. It was just fucking hilarious. Like, he wanted everyone to know that he got herpes from Sarah Fox.
Sarah Fox told me that Marshall Rankin got uninvited to, I guess, some Republican, event because he got so plastered he crashed while riding an electric scooter at the event and like broke a limb.
I heard that too.
I mean, I think that's funny,
If it's hilarious.
Not taking, joy in his misery, but just like, thinking like Marshall's a character and, even though I think he can be, kind of obnoxious or not accurate, I think he's a fun, quirky, personality to know.
I crashed a golf cart into someone's Jaguar when I was like 15.
You crashed a golf cart?
Why does Matt think everybody's coming back from the attic? I don't think anybody's coming back.
What do you mean who's coming? Everyone's still here.
No, there's a lot of people that are gone. I don't think the people that have been gone are coming back. Because they'll peek in and then they'll leave. They'll peek in and then they'll leave.
Who's gone?
A lot of people. When's the last time you seen Alex New York?
Oh my god! That dude used to eat vodka with Cheerios in the morning.
Like fucking
before Popeye.
make more money, then I don't really feel bad for you.
I agree.
I guess so.
80% of all of the downloads of this app are now from India. This app is going to get completely swallowed up by Indians. In fact, an Indian company may end up buying it.
You think those are the ones that they're putting white people PTRs, they're putting black hippie up. You want to make $500 or make money? They're probably not even white.
It's a good call. Not that white people are above saying, send me money. I get that.
Right.
People on this app for money. It happens more than you fucking believe. I will always just give them links to content that they can read to help improve their situation financially. I don't give them money. I just give them resources so they can help themselves.
I just tell them to fuck off.
Some people on here are really nice though. I know people that they will give money to people. It's not that I haven't done it, it's that I've learned my lessons not to.
I feel like people who give money feel guilty about their life. It's trying to feel better.
Well, I will say this. There is a small handful of people that I've gotten to know better than just like shooting the shit in a room. And, if they were in a pinch, I would help them. Those aren't the people typically that would ask. It's usually people that don't even fucking know me. They'll start with something like, I've been coming to your room for years. You're so funny. I've got hard times. And I'm just like, oh god. Like, I should start PTRing some of the back channels that I have. That might be a good route.
Sorry, you know what would be a fun game? If people in the room back channel you, and you would read it out loud, and you would have to guess who back channeled you, or just mess with others. That'd be fun.
That could be fun. question for Matt. Cool. Where's the other Sarah? Angry Sarah. Screechy Sarah. Where's she been?
Jewish Sarah?
No, L.A. Sarah. The only one that ever knew about fires and the one that loves to be a racist on the set.
Oh, okay.
Y'all are describing Don't Shoot the Messenger with the game packets.
Oh, serendipity. I was like, what? Yeah.
Did you ever come in and play that with us?
God, I don't think so.
Oh my gosh. We used to run rooms late into the night playing Don't Shoot the Messenger.
The dragging of Lou was fun. As he was defending Randy McDickerson. That was a fun.
Yeah, we actually were. I was in Randy's room earlier, and I brought it up, and he's talking shit about you and this and that. But it was fun to like relay the message that he's getting heat, in your rooms.
Let me guess. He called me a beta.
I think so. And then he went on about how this is such a waste of effing time, F all you N-words. And then his big one is, this is one of the most vulgar things. Anyways, he has a knack for saying the most vile, vulgar things you can say in a language combination.
Yeah, the comment he made to Anne was that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
Who is this person? Lou what?
Oh, no, it wasn't Lou. Lou is best friends with him. Knows that all this stuff happened, but this is who he chooses to as a best friend. But Randy McDickerson is the one that told Anne Hero that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
He's a Jordanian. He lives in Quebec, I think. Rabbi Randy McDickerson.
Or is he a rabbi?
He's one of those typical anti-Semites that used to hang out in those rooms together when they would, do all their anti-Semitic shit.
He says I never heard of this term till today, but pedophobia. Pedophobia, I guess. If you ever want to put Lou in like a state of hypnosis, just ask him about AI, and he will immediately go into an AI psychotic, tailspin.
Yeah, I had this conversation with him once, and he was like, I don't know how much you know about it, and then he just kept repeating the word alignment 1,000 times. You gotta understand alignment. Do you know anything about alignment? When it comes to AI, you gotta know about alignment. I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Like, I hate when stupid people take complex things where even the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, this AI can go really well or it can go really off the rails. Like, the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, who knows? It's high risk, high reward. And then you got Lou to be an expert on, AI. We're so lucky to have Lou.
I tried to convince him to be my AI campaign strategist, and then eventually, after like text messages and like an hour-long conversation, he's like, "You're just gonna waste my time." I'm like, "The whole point is you're on this app all day, already wasting your time. So why not waste your time working on my campaign while you're on the app? And you only have to work on the campaign when you're using the app, because that's when you're wasting your time." And I could not convince him to do anything.
I think his fear around AI is based on the fact that he's got low knowledge, low skill, low ability, and he's reading about how AI and robotics will take jobs, and he's looking at that and he's like, well, shit, what's a dummy like me gonna do? That's what I think he's struggling with.
I'm terrified of AI.
Well, and you know what? I don't think that we should be afraid now. I think that there's potential for some shit to go wrong. So we have to be careful with it, but that's kind of the point. It's like it could be a game changer or it could be nothing. We don't even know yet. Right now, all the investments are on chatbots, AI chatbots. Like, I don't think you're going to change the world with chatbots.
I'm just like, I feel like AI, you know, it's a good tool, of course, but every tool can be used as, you know, for something, for something bad. Like, it's just, I feel like, and I'm in sales, so I know AI will never take my job. I dare a robot to go sell some shit, you know, so it's,
Well, that's one of the industries, because I'm in sales as well, it's one of the industries that absolutely will have jobs taken, but not the people that are going to present and close. It won't take away from them, but all the pre-sales activity, what it's going to do is it's going to cause buyers to engage without engaging with a human being for about 90 to 95% of the sales process.
Well, yeah, we're dealing with that in my work right now, to where we have, I'm the one that goes out and helps schedule, seniors for doctor's appointments. I help them sign up for doctors, right? So our company now invested into getting a website for like self-schedule, right? So not even seniors gotta go on fucking line, put in their information, try to self-schedule, right? It's kind of working, but their market is senior. You know, seniors don't like going online and doing all that stuff. So to me, that's where I feel like AI is going to make things a little more complicated. You know, obviously the test run, you know, like you said, it could be nothing, or it could be something that's, you know, detrimental. But, you know, I feel like AI sometimes is just, we're losing sight of the control that we have and what we do. You know, so I feel like it's just, yeah, it's a little scary.
Would anybody be interested in doing early morning rooms with looking at the stock market? Would that be too boring for you guys?
What, like 4 a.m., 5?
I think it could be fun because
that's the time I love watching.
The stuffy people used to get up and do these rooms, but they wouldn't say anything. There was no real insights, right? They would wait for something to happen and then they'd react to it. I'm talking about before the market opens, to be able to make some predictions and then let people watch in real time if you were right about what you said was going to happen. I think that could be interesting, and people might learn something about the market. I just have to make sure we're careful about not giving stock tips, per se.
You can put a disclaimer.
Yeah.
Like, we are not professionals.
Yeah, we're just speculating. We're just talking shit. But I
have for stocks during the week. During the week, I'm actually broke. But during the week, I'm up at about almost 3:34 with my coffee and my cigarette, watching stocks. So
I've got one particular one in mind that on Tuesday is going to dip, and I'm going to buy a bunch, and then I've already got options out on it, but it's I think it's going to blow up, but it's going to first experience a big dip. So.
I always wanted to ask you this: how'd you do when the UHC CEO died? How'd you do?
I don't care.
Oh no, that was no. So the stock plummeted. UHC stock plummeted after he died. People started selling. So you know that during tragic things in life change the stock every day. Airplane crashes. You know what I mean? There was a oil plant that blew up a few weeks ago. Their stock plummeted, so people started buying. The UHC Dude, I think I made about a good 8-9 off of buying those stocks and those options, because they were cheap as fuck. So it's really important with stock to know the world things that are going on as well. All the tragedy and shit. 'Cause people will start selling when, tragedy strikes. That's what I've noticed.
Roger, didn't I tell you to buy Win in April?
You did.
I knew it. It's almost doubled from what it was on April 5th when everything tanked. Same with LVS.
Did you ever see?
I'll give you. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you ever see the video of Steve Wynn putting his elbow through like
Yeah.
like a $30 million painting or something?
It wasn't exact. It was Larab, and he was giving a tour with a very famous lawyer that was visiting. And so I will tell you that they repaired the Picasso, and they ended up selling it for greater than he purchased the painting for. So no harm, no foul on it.
What about how he basically banged his nail salonist and he had to pay up like $10 for that orgasm, $10 million for that orgasm.
It's a lot. I'm a real defender of his. I'm sorry. I just don't want to get. I'm a defender of his, and I just careful what I say about him, because it's a small town and a small community, and all our families grew up together. But his ex-wife just passed, so. But the company is building in the Emirates a very big project that's going to open in about a year and a half. But it's just stock that normally trades in a certain range, and in April when everything went down, it really was low. I just knew it. Same with LVS. I mean, and LVS, and a lot of the money is made over in Asia also. I mean, for LVS for sure.
So,
But,
Abby,
yeah.
I'll give you one. Look up CCOI. In the last 5 days, they've lost a third of the value. The analysts believe that in the next 12 months, it'll get back to its norms, which will mean it'll double from where it's at today. So 100% growth within the next 12 months is what the analysts are projecting. And even if it didn't grow to that, they pay a 9% yield dividend.
Oh, so, seriously, that's a great dividend.
Yeah, it's a great dividend, but it's a great dividend on a stock that analysts are saying will double in the next 12 months. So you rarely see a growth stock with a huge dividend.
What industry is it?
It's CCOI.
Yeah, CCOI. In the last 5 days, it's lost a third of its value.
Yeah.
I was in the room, it was a couple weeks ago, we were talking about stocks, and I'm such an idiot. I kept saying Wingstop, but I meant GameStop. So I was talking about that. Remember that whole crazy thing with GameStop?
Oh, yes, when they tried to play the market.
Exactly.
That's legendary.
And I kept saying Wingstop like an idiot, which is like a really, successful restaurant chain. But GameStop is the one what was so crazy? People were, the stock went nuts then.
They were holding.
That's because these Reddit folks realized there's some smart people with software that look and they try to figure out things that are exploitable, and it was about the amount of available stock and the people that were shorting it. And so if you have people shorting it and you have a bunch, you can just hold. And what they realize is they can just hold. And the people that are shorting it have no choice but to buy more. And so it was a very interesting game they played. There's not a lot of stocks that have the ability to do what that did. AMC and GameStop were very unique in that. But you should follow those groups to just find things that are gonna blow up. I was telling people earlier, there's this company called Bitfarm. It's BITF. Their earnings call is going to be on Tuesday. they're going to likely have a bad earnings call, which is going to tank it. But there's a rumor in the market of something that I think is highly likely to happen, which if they announce that within a week or two after that loss, that's going to be huge. So BITF, don't go buy it, but just go take a look at, track that for the next 30 days and come back and say, hey, you were wrong about Bitfarm.
You know, the worst thing about Bitfarm and Cogent is I've never heard of these names, you know, prior to this conversation. I'm looking at Cogent, and it's like it says negative 50 million.
So here's the deal with Cogent, right? Cogent had a CEO that before the dot-com bubble borrows like, you know, he gets an investment of like $500 million, like right on the eve of the dot-com bust. When that happened, he was able to spend all he was going to do is start a DC-based ISP, a regional ISP, and then when the internet collapsed and you had the dot-com bust, all of a sudden, all of the major ISPs had these distressed assets that were worth nothing. So he went and bought that shit for pennies on the dollar